Okay, so I guess to give some context before I start officially, um, I'm sure I've mentioned it before, but making a video series on all the Momodora games was an idea I had for a long time. I think by the time I started work on this video, and this video took quite a while. I think it took like, I feel like it took like, I don't know, maybe like month or two of work, I think. I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was the video that took the most amount of effort, I think. For the wrong reasons. I'll explain that in a bit. But prior to working on the video, I had the idea to do this whole series. I want to say like almost a year before I started working on this. I had like a Word document, a Google document, just archiving everything I knew about the entirety of the series. And looking back on it now, I realized how much I was missing. But the point is that I had this idea for like a while, but I didn't want to do it because I just thought I wasn't really capable of doing it. I didn't think I was capable of doing it because it just seemed like a big project. So I just didn't bother working on it. So instead, I directed my attention towards a different project, which ironically was probably a bigger project than this one. That being my first video, my first ever video I released with this whole restructuring of my YouTube channel. That probably was a bigger project that I realized it was going to be. I went into it thinking it was going to be relatively easy. I came out of it realizing that was extremely tough, and I don't think I did it that good, but but at least I tried. I guess that's all that matters. So my point was that if anything, I should have started with this when it comes to how tough this project was, but I guess that's not important. The point is that it was a fun project, and it was great, and I guess that's the point. Okay, let's start. Today, I wanted to talk about a series that I've been wanting to make a video about for a long while now. Of course, the series I'm referring to is Momodora. My first introduction to this universe was through Momodora, Reverie Under the Moonlights, a Souls-inspired Metroidvania game that would be released on Steam back in 2016. It would end up being the most popular Momodora game thus far. What most people may not know though is that this game was the fourth installment in the Momodora series, a prequel to all the other games in fact, with Momo 4 lacking any indication of it being the fourth entry, and a story that stands on its own. I'm willing to bet that many people who played it didn't even realize that there were more games and story behind Momodora. So unless you went out of your way to do some external research on this game, or even read the description on the Steam store page, you'd have no clue. I feel like that was I feel like I worded that really weirdly. Because it sounds like I imply that the game doesn't at all mention, but I say in the video that like, it's on the Steam store page that this is the fourth installment. So maybe I could have worded that a bit better for sure. I think there's lots of things I probably could have worded better in this particular video, but I guess we'll get there. So what is Momodora exactly? Well, that's a little tricky to answer, but I'll try my best. I'm not sure if it's tricky to answer. I think at the time I thought at the time, well, let me clarify actually. My mentality going into this video was like to explain the story. That was my intention. Although what's weird is that my intention was to primarily focus on the story, which is why I started with Momodora 4, even though it's not the first game. I started with that game because it was the first game in the storyline, in chronological order. It was the first game that happens in the storyline. So that was like sort of the idea. It wouldn't have been tricky to go at it from that perspective. I think the tricky part I'm kind of referring to is that it's the variety in the game's designs, I guess, where they kind of jump around between. I think I explained this in a second, but they jump around between Metroidvania and linear Mega Man style gameplay, or maybe not Mega Man style, but linear like level, level to level style. And again, my perspective when I was making this was that I was going to tell the story, but also like explain everything about these games. Another part of my goal when I was making this video was to explain everything, absolutely everything. Probably too much, to be honest. I probably over-explained. Momodora was created by an individual named, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, Guilherme Martins, better known as RDN. I think I said that right, his name. I spent quite a while researching like the Brazilian pronunciations of these names, the Brazilian Portuguese, because I'm pretty sure there's a difference in how you say things in Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese. I'm pretty sure there's a small difference. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I'm pretty sure there's like a little bit of a difference. And I did lots of work trying to figure out how you say his name, and I think I was close enough. Dear God, I hope I was. I went out of my way to try to hear other like Brazilian Portuguese people, or Brazilians, I guess more accurately, Brazilians say this name, because of course he's not the only person named this. So I kind of dug as deep as I could, finding like podcasts and YouTube videos completely unrelated to Momodora or whatever. But it was just like I went out of my way to find videos of people saying that name. People specifically from Brazil, Brazilian people. I think that's what they're called. And I think I said it. I think I said it right. I don't know. On the other side of that, RDN. I don't know if I said his name right. I'm still not sure if RDN is his name. Most people say Ardine. I think most people say Ardine or Ardine or whatever, and that might be correct. But I'm fairly certain the reason why I went with saying RDN was because from an old post RDN made a long time ago, and I'm pretty sure in that post he specifically said that his name was not pronounced Ardine. I'm pretty sure he said, I might be misremembering it, but he says something about how like the EIN is, because the thing is that his name is a reference to two games. I wish I could remember the names of the games, but it's two games that he likes, two RPG games. And the EIN part of his name is the main character's name of one of these RPGs. And the way you say this character's name in this RPG is Ein. That's how you say it. So Ardine sounds like it makes sense, but I'm pretty sure from an old post he made on the TIG source forums, he specifically said that the EIN in his name is not pronounced like Ein. I'm pretty sure he specifically said that. Like the I think he said something like the German EIN, and when you look up how EIN is pronounced in German, it's Ein. It's Ein. So I don't think it's Ardine, but maybe it is. I honestly don't know. And by the time I thought maybe I was wrong about the name pronunciation, I was pretty much done with this video. So I kind of just stuck with it. I kind of just stuck with it. So there's that. The release of the first Momodora game, RDN had already built up a small library of games. On this old WordPress that belonged to RDN, we can actually see the titles of some of these games: Bubble Girl Rosie, Trial of Love, Purple Tower, Fortune Perfect 75%, Fortune 10-4, 4CG, Kitty Gam, and of course, pack of very bad games you want to avoid. I spent a long time trying to figure out if this was like a mistype and it was actually a Kitty Game. I spent a long time trying to kind of figure out if that was just a mistype or something. More time than I want to. This is a stupid thing to comment about, but more time than I want to admit. because like I can easily find the answer if I just look down here and you see he clearly spells games like normally. I'm pretty sure Gam is accurate. Anyway. The exception of Bubble Girl Rosie, every game here has seemingly been lost to time, and unless RDN has a vault of all these games, I don't expect to get a chance to play them anytime soon. And trust me, I tried real hard to find downloads for any of these games. I just can't find them anywhere. The best I could find are these screenshots? I don't know if you could still find them anymore. I got really lucky. I don't know what happened, but I found some really old websites, or a website that RDN used to archive some stuff that he did back in the day. And these pictures I show are the only pieces of evidence that these games even existed, as far as I know. And I don't know what happened, but in the middle of me not making this, in the middle, after I released this, and I think I was kind of working on my next video, I noticed that the websites that I found that had these images was no longer available. It was completely gone, scrubbed from everything I could find. I used the Wayback Machine a lot, of course, while I was doing the research for this video, for all these videos, and and specifically from the Wayback Machine, the website that I found these images on is just completely gone, completely wiped. The evidence that these games even existed, probably doesn't even exist anymore, or at least it wouldn't have existed had I not found these images. There might be more images out there somewhere, but I couldn't find any. These are literally the only things I could find. There might be more, but I just couldn't find them myself. And I like I said, I dug very deep, and this is the best I came up with. These screenshots of gameplay of Hello, I'm the Help Fairy. I help you many times. I'll help you many times. Press A to jump. I will not appear again. It's pretty funny. That's like the opposite of the non-helpful fairy from Momodora 1. Hey Scour, how's it going? I'm doing my commentary right now. So I don't want to get off track too much. But hey. Yes, I am. Okay, so that's like the opposites of like the I really like her design too. When is she gonna come back? It reminds me of the useless advice fairy from Momodora 1. That's a great character. One of my favorite characters of these games, and that's pretty much it. And Purple Tower. Oh my gosh, Purple Tower. Hang on, let me go back. Purple Tower. The only reason why I know. Wait, I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll bring it up next time, but Purple Tower is more relevant in Momodora 1, which I think is funny. Also, look, the Purple Tower has the eyeball enemy, which I think is really interesting. RDN always had a fascination with enemies with giant eyes. I don't know why. Again, he speculated himself that it was probably because of Zelda. I think that's his that was his speculation. Another thing RDN mentions on this page is a game called Moonchild, a project that became too ambitious and never officially reached completion, but would have led to its spiritual remake that would ultimately become Momodora. I have lots to say about Moonchild and the history around this point in time. There's plenty I want to cover, and I intend to talk more about it, but I'm going to save that for the next part in this video series. Anyway, with the release of Oh my gosh. I had so much stuff I wanted to talk about at the time, and you know, at the time these video projects, you know, they took a long time, but man, Momodora 1's the little story behind Momodora 1 and how it began is so fun to me. We'll get there in the next commentary, but for now, let's just leave it at that. Momodora 1 in 2010, it would be the first of many games to come out of that universe, and each game would be pretty unique too. RDN would cite many things over the years as inspirations that would affect the creative process of the Momodora games. Some of those inspirations would be things like Mega Man, Castlevania, Zelda, Metroid, and Cave Story. RDN would even point to Madoka Magica and the various anime from Studio Gainax as having influence on the series. All these sources of inspiration would shape the series along the way and would result in a diverse collection of games that didn't get too comfortable doing the same thing over and over again. Sometimes it would be a Castlevania-esque linear platformer. Other times it would be a Metroid-style exploration game. But while the games were willing to experiment over the years, there was one consistent aspect that never really changed. That being that gameplay was always heavily prioritized over story, which meant that the stories in these games were rarely ever the focus. The narrative you'll find in these games is going to be minimal to nearly non-existence. We've had 5 games in this series and they all essentially boil down to girls going out to fight evil monsters to save the day, and honestly, that's more of an excuse for RDN to show off the stuff he's best at, world and character design. RDN has stated himself that the stories and characters are more like vehicles to showcase the artistic elements of his games. Look at all the nice editing I did at the time. Way more than I think I needed to. I do think, I think what's interesting about this is that, yeah, the story was always second, and I mentioned it at the end of my Momodora 5 video, but I don't know, it does feel kind of silly to like focus so much on the stories on these games because like it's hard to gauge how much RDN really cares about the stories in these games, you know? He does seem to care though. Like he does seem to care, judging by the responses he's given to other people. But I'm not. I just wonder, like, if you'd think it was like strange that somebody would focus so much on the stories, especially when the stories are largely like told through the individual that's experiencing it, you know. I think I explained in the video at some point, but like the stories are very much like you know, told through the player's own, I guess, thoughts, their own the way they fill in the blank parts of the story, you know. It's like they're left open to interpretation a lot. I don't know, I guess it just seems like it might be weird to focus so much on that, but you know, I guess by this point it doesn't matter, it's done. Even going as far as to say several times, even before this interview, that he's just not good at writing. And he'd go on to say that he doesn't believe anyone plays Momodora for the story anyway, that they play it for the gameplay and exploration. But that's where you're wrong, RDN. I of course do love the gameplay aspects of Momodora a lot, but I also am a big fan of the world that RDN has created for it. Although I think I can understand where RDN is coming from, while I love the stories he tells in these games, they are all very simple. RDN would even respond to Steam community posts explaining that every story in all the Momodora games have pretty much just been about an evil curse that must be defeated by a holy woman who fights demons, going on to say that it was never intended to be any deeper than that. And while this may be true, I don't believe that necessarily means RDN never had an interest in delving deeper into a story, to take the simple premise he'd come up with for these games and further expand on them. He's mentioned in the past how Momodora 3's development had to be restarted around 5 times over the course of 3+ years, a pretty absurd number of resets, and I can only imagine it did quite a number. I don't want to talk too much about Momodora 3 because of course I want to do a commentary on that, so I'll keep it minimal. But Momodora 3's like development sounded miserable, to be honest. It sounded absolutely miserable, unfortunately. God damn. If I were to guess, like, that might have been like one of the harder times RDN had when it came to game developments. Cause shit, is because, you know, oh man, I don't want to talk too much about it, but Momodora 3 is very different compared to its final product, and like almost everything about it is different, from the genre to its art to the gameplay. It's all very different in Momodora 3. Momodora 3 felt more like a Momodora 2.5, to be honest. I don't know, and that's only of what we know as well. We don't really know much else when it comes to Momodora 3. It's interesting to it was interesting to look into. It was very interesting. on the team's motivation to continue. RDN would attribute many things to the cause of Momodora 3's rocky development cycle, with one of those things being an interest to focus more on a story. They would encounter difficulties trying to work it into the game in a manner that they were happy with, but would progressively remove parts of the story as development continued. According to RDN, by the time the game reached its 5th cancellation, the story had been cut down to the bare minimum. Despite the effort they put into Momodora 3 and the numerous cancellations it went through, the original vision of making a more story-focused game would ultimately never become a reality. The resources to accommodate a deeper story just weren't there, or at least they wouldn't be without compromising other aspects of the game that RDN felt were more important. I am pretty disappointed. Hi there, can't stay for long, but I want to say that I absolutely love your Momodora analysis. Oh, thank you so much, Bell Arts. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really tried hard on it. I understand if you can't stick around. If you're at all interested, of course I'll be keeping the live stream up. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to say. I appreciate it. Okay, so I wish, oh my gosh, maybe this will happen one day, because again, RDN is still making games. He hasn't quit, despite how many times he's said he's wanted to. That's another thing I've always been curious about. There was, I don't think I need to save this comments for anything in the future, but there was one time where RDN mentioned that he was finishing up I think it was either Momodora 4, Momodora 4 or Momodora 5. It was one of those games, and he made a comment on his Twitter where he said that he was excited to release Momodora 5 and was excited to move out of the games industry. I'm really curious, like, if RDN had aspirations for something else, I guess, you know? Your passion shows in your work. Keep it up. Oh, I appreciate it. I think, honestly, I hope it does. I'm very passionate about Momodora, and I hope it was able to show. I tried my best. Again, I appreciate the nice comments, Bell Arts. Honestly, I do. Thanks for dropping in to say hi, to let me know. Thank you so much. That's nice of you. It makes me wonder if RDN was at all interested in moving out of the games industry. I mean, it sounds like he was. If we're gonna take his words for for truth. And I just wonder, like, what he was interested in doing like besides that, you know. I don't know. I guess it would be cool to ask him. But I'm not gonna bug him. But I am curious, man. I made a whole list. Okay, this is weird to say, I guess, but as I was making all my videos, I made a whole list of questions I would want to ask him before I made my Momodora 5 video, just for clarification. And it was a pretty big list of random shit that just kind of accumulated over time, and I didn't want to contact him at all, because if I were to contact him early, I feel like it'd be annoying if I contacted him like at the end of every video before I finished it to make sure I got clarification. So I tried my best to get all the answers I felt like I needed, without the need of talking to him. And I figured maybe I could like shoot him a couple of these questions before I at least put a cap on the series. And I definitely tried, but I wasn't really I wasn't able to really do that, I think. I got the chance to get like a question out. I got the chance to get a question out that I think mattered the most, because it did alter how my Momodora 5 video came out. But besides that, I didn't really get a chance to kind of ask him some more questions. I wish I did, but I don't want to be a bother. I don't want to be a bother. And I guess technically he did give me that opportunity, But I'll be honest, the way I asked him was through Twitter, not like a DM system. It was through the tweeting at feature on Twitter. And if I wanted to put all my questions down, it would be like 30 pages, 30 like different tweets attached to each other. And I don't know, call me crazy, but I feel like that would have looked a bit insane. So I opted to just stick with what I felt was most important at the time and something else that I kind of had a theory on. And that's pretty much it. I don't know what my point was. Oh yeah, I was just kind of curious of like what he wanted to do besides games, I guess. Anyway, let's move on. I think it's pretty clear that if RDN could, he'd want to expand on the narrative in his games. However, that obviously was rarely ever a viable option for him and the team he worked with. But even though storytelling wasn't RDN's expertise, I think the way he'd end up handling this aspect of his games is actually pretty interesting. What is this zoom? Why did I zoom in? Why did I zoom in so much on this fucking video? Why did I do that? It's too much. Before I explain any further, I want to make a clear distinction between what I believe to be a game story and its lore. A game story to me, this part I felt was important. Explain. Okay, let's just go move on. Let me just let it play. Are the events that take place in that moment in time. The plot that we the players experience as we watch a character progress through a start, middle, and end. And the lore is all the extra details surrounding that story. Things like world building, all the information that may encapsulate, such as culture, history, or even religion. And this is where I think RDN's writing abilities really shine the most. So I guess my point's there. I'm not sure if it was clear. I hope it was, but I'm not sure. My point was that, imagine you're playing a game like, I don't know, fucking SpongeBob Battle for the Bikini Bottom. I don't know which one that is, but the one where Plankton tries to like take over the world, okay? The story is that SpongeBob needs to go to the Bikini Bottom. No, not, I don't. Let's go with a more simple example. Okay, let's say we're playing Mario. And let's say like in Mario, you have to go kill Bowser. You gotta fucking kill him with a gun, okay? Because he has your princess, okay? And that's a story. Mario runs in a direction and he stomps the bad guys and then he kills Bowser and takes his wife back, okay? And that's the story. That's what's happening in the now, okay? What's happening? It's the immediate story. That's what I even use in the video here. It's the immediate story. It's what matters the most to our character or the player, you know? And then like the lore is, yeah, everything that doesn't involve that story. So I guess I could have worded this a bit better because the things surrounding story may not necessarily be just lore. So for example, I mentioned religion as being something that might not relate to the immediate story, but sometimes it will. It depends on the game. Sometimes it will. Some games have religion as a focal point in their story, okay? It could be, like, for example, I don't know, fucking Outlast 2, I think that has a religious component. So, like, it's not like a broom you can it's not like something you can categorize everything as, you know? It's like, I tried to make it relatively general, when I was explaining it in the video. Tried to make it relatively general so it was kind of applicable to most things. I feel like I could have explained it a bit better, but hopefully that translated. Things like world building, all the information that may encapsulate, such as culture, history, or even religion. And this is where I think RDN's writing abilities really shine the most. He opts to make a very simple story, but surrounds all of that with a lore that builds a world that exists outside the player's immediate journey. It gives us clues and hints to many things, but rarely ever goes out of its way to give concrete answers. For the most part, things are left up to your interpretation, to mold and shape the universe of Momodora into a unique world that's personal to you. These loose ends weren't left here by mistake, it was by design. I think he handles this type of storytelling extremely well. He obviously understands his limitations as a writer, but that makes it easy for him to be able to play with the narrative skills he does have, without crossing any lines into areas that may become too ambitious to commit to. And if this sounds like RDN is
I think that's that's one of the most amazing parts of the Momodora series, okay? And I don't know if other people see it the same way I do, but one of the things I'm the most fascinated by when it comes to these stories is the fact that RDN does seem to understand his limitations. He knows what he's good at. He doesn't want to experiment with stuff that he doesn't really think is that important, and of course that means the story. He doesn't think it's extremely important, but that being said, he does sort of do this thing where he does tell the immediate story but leaves other things you know as a mystery. And one of the things I think is super interesting about people is a person's ability to create a narrative from their own mind, okay? When it's not being presented to the player like in a blunt fashion, I guess, okay? I think it's cool when the story leaves these loose ends sort of not tied up, because that leaves it up to the person to figure out what something may mean, or what something may mean, or where the story goes, or whatever. I think it's interesting because everybody's gonna have a different like a perspective on where these stories go. I think that story that comes from a individual's mind is very, very interesting to me. It's very interesting because everybody has a unique story. Everybody has a unique perspective on what these stories may mean or where it leads. And I don't know, I guess I just think that's really interesting. More so than maybe, you know, a game being so blatant about its story and what everything means, you know? Like, this is why musicians don't really, you know, explain like what a song may mean, you know? They usually don't do that. They usually leave it up to people to find their meaning from a song, you know? Like, I think anybody can relate to like a song that has meaning to them, you know? Like, I have songs that hold lots of meaning to me, but probably not for the same reasons that they may hold to another person. The way I interpret some lyrics is probably going to be different than the way somebody else interprets the lyrics, those same lyrics, you know? I don't know. I just find it interesting because he's using the person to tell the story. And I think I've said this before, and I might be forgiving, like, because the thing is, that's how I view lots of stories. And there's this weird issue that comes from it. And that issue is that I might be forgiving errors that exist in a story or something, you know? Like, RDN says that, like, he doesn't really care about the story, but he, you know, he tells the story, and he has like and it seems like, just judging by the way he's like responded to people and he's explained stuff, it seems like there is a lore that he has sort of nailed down somewhere. It seems like there is a lore to it, a concrete story, like a concrete lore, I mean, that he just isn't able to translate through the games, but it's there, it does exist. And it seems like and that's what it seems. It seems like that exists, okay? And the way I interpret stories, though, the thing is that that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. The reality is that I really don't know. The reality is I really don't know if there is a concrete lore. That's the reality. So it's possible that, like, I might just be forgiving not necessarily errors, but forgiving things that aren't actually there, you know? Like, the way I interpret stories may be forgiving what might be just errors or something that just isn't there. But to be honest, I guess that's not too weird to me, I guess. Like, I'm not bothered by that. I don't mind forgiving what might be an error in a story because I mean, at the end of the day, I guess I'm not too concerned about that. It's like I'm more interested in just how a person kind of interprets that piece of story, I guess. Oh god, I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but well, that's my spiel for this part.
Taking inspiration from the way the Soulsborne series tells its lore, then you'd be right. RDN's first experience with the Souls games was with the PC release of Dark Souls 1, and has obviously been a fan of From Software since. He'd even say that he thought it was interesting how Dark Souls didn't tell you much, that the game felt very mysterious, and that you'd always discover new things about it. And funnily enough, that's actually quite accurate to how I feel when I play the Momodora games. And
I think that's the difference. I think the difference between Momodora and Dark Souls is is although it's true, or at least I'm pretty sure it is. I'll be honest, I've never played, or at least I never completed a Dark Souls game, and I don't dive deep into that community. But from what I understand, the game is told very similarly, like in the game story is told very similarly to how it's told in Momodora. It's very light on explaining everything to you. It leaves the player up to explore. I think the difference though is that you can find answers in games like Dark Souls and Bloodborne, whereas in Momodora, I don't know if you'll ever get those answers. There's probably moments in Dark Souls and Bloodborne where you will get an answer, but there's probably times when you don't. And that's when it's up to the player's imagination to fill in the gaps, which is, of course, what I think is the most interesting part. I think that's what Momodora is. I think it's that, but without the answers. It's mostly gaps for the player to fill in. And like I said, I think that's the most interesting parts.
And that's part of what this video series is about. So to wrap up this introduction, my goal is to share what I know of the Momodora story and lore, starting from the earliest point in the timeline. But I also intend to share the history of the development of these games, along with the many individuals who helped create Momodora, at least to the best of my ability. I'll admit that this is going to be a bit of a strange journey, especially since I'll be covering the games in chronological order, but I hope it'll be interesting nonetheless.
And yeah, just to clarify again, I went into this with the intention of explaining everything, every little bit of information I could come up with. And I think I literally leave no stone unturned for this game. There's probably like a couple small things, maybe a couple small things, just very, very small things. But for the most part, like 99% of the game is covered in this video. I don't think you'll find anything I didn't cover playing the game yourself, except for maybe like very small things, very, very small things. And when I say small things, I mean like technical things, you know, like I did have some restraints and I did leave out some things I did feel like were not necessary for the video. And that's things like enemy triggers and all that, you know, or enemy like behavior or like what else? What did I not cover? That's pretty much it. Okay, let's move on.
So the timeline for Momodora is a little bit strange at first, because even though Momodora 4 is a prequel to the rest of the series, there actually is a moment in Momodora 3 that takes place prior to everything else in the games, including Momodora 3 itself. I won't be covering Momo 3 in depth just yet, but I'm going to briefly pull some information from it to help me with the introduction to Momodora 4. But before we get there, allow me to give a brief introduction to Lund Village. Also, just to quickly clarify, I'll be telling the lore chronologically as well. I only intend to reveal information that would have been known at that moment in time within the game's universe. Some things will be recontextualized later down the line, and I'll be sure to bring attention to those instances as they come up. Lund Village is a reoccurring location in the Momodora universe. We don't know too much about this place prior to the events that we watch unfold in Momodora 4.
And this was fun to make. I got some graphics from Momodora 3 and I combined it with some other graphics. So I made like a little, because we've never seen Lund Village. That's the thing. We've never seen Lund Village. We've seen Koho Village, if you've played Momodora 5, but we've never seen Lund Village. There was one image that possibly would have shown it, but I don't think the image exists anymore. There's an image that existed when Momodora 3 was in development during the the development phase. What was that sentence? When the game was being developed, RDN would show off pictures of the game's developments, and one of those pictures, the caption to it was that the caption said like, this was meant to be Coho Village before it was scrapped, and the picture is broken. Again, this is a website that I can only gain access to via the Wayback Machine, and the Wayback Machine, I guess, didn't save the picture, so the picture is just gone. So like that would have been like the best we could have found, and it's still Coho Village. That's the thing. It's still Coho Village. It wouldn't have been Lund, but it would have been closer to what Lund might have been, is my guess. But besides whatever that picture might have been, and Momodora 5, we don't really know what the village looks like. And again, Momodora 5 and 3's village would have been just Coho. We have no idea what Lund Village looked like. We never spend a second in there in Momodora 4, or even in Momodora 3. So, you know, who knows? Who knows what it looked like? But I guess it's not too important.
But it's safe to assume that it was a highly religious place to live. Religion is a defining characteristic of Lund Village, and the religion they follow was primarily matriarchal in nature. The lives of its inhabitants would also reflect this, as they'd worship goddesses and follow the guidance of a village matriarch, and for some would become shrine maidens that would dedicate their lives to their faith. As the name would imply, these shrine maidens, also referred to as priestesses, would primarily be women. I'd assume they'd also be in charge of carrying out spiritual or ceremonial practices. One of major importance was the practice of ritual sacrifice, a ceremony where a village priestess would be selected to become a sacrificial offering to the goddesses, in the hopes that one day...
Also, just as a little, I guess, Easter egg, I guess, sort of. This little character on the left here is Dora. And this is also Dora. I never explain who these characters are, so I figured that's okay. And they never show up again, so I figured that was okay. But yeah, like, these are like scrapped sprites from I think Momodora 3. And I think these are from Momodora 3, completely scrapped, never used. So I used them here. And yeah, and this is a newer sprite actually. This sprite was something that was drawn like last year, I think. This is a newer sprite. Maybe not last year, maybe like last year, I'm not too sure. This is like I removed the color on it to make it look more like a statue, but the color here, but the color was matching her color scheme in Momodora 1, I want to say. I don't remember exactly. Also, the fact that I mentioned that this village was like a matriarchal village, where they just worshipped goddesses, I'm pretty sure that's true. Like, I don't think there's ever been mention of a god until Momodora 5. And not to say that gods don't exist, but I just don't think they just worship gods. I think it's mostly goddesses. I think, I don't know, I don't think there's ever been mention of anything besides, like, goddess worship. It might have been the case during Lund Village, but I wouldn't know.
The world would be recreated into a better place. During a ceremony, the sacrificial maiden would also don a black dress that would be representative of the ultimate sacrifice.
You know, that's another thing I forgot to mention. I didn't forget to mention. I just didn't really know how to explain it. But the thing is that, like, the reason why they did the sacrifices, it feels like it hasn't been 100% consistent throughout the games. So here I mentioned this.
Hopes that one day the world's major importance was the practice of ritual sacrifice, a ceremony where a village priestess would be selected to become a sacrificial offering to the goddesses, in the hopes that one day the world would be recreated into a better place.
That's the explanation we got in Momodora 1. That's the reason why they do the sacrifices. I don't believe they mention a, like, rebirthing of the world in Momodora 5. It's brought up again, the ritual sacrifices in Momodora 5, but I don't think its purpose is to, like, make a new world, whatever that may mean. Again, it's another thing where, like, I feel like it's up to the person to kind of decide what these sacrifices do. And like I said, it might be forgiving, might be a bit too forgiving, and it might just be like an error on RDN's parts. But again, that's, I mean, it's more interesting when you kind of let your mind do the work a bit, you know? At least in my opinion.
During a ceremony, the sacrificial maiden would also don a black dress that would be representative of the ultimate sacrifice one could make to their faith. Beyond those responsibilities, these shrine maidens also acted as warriors, protectors of the village against any dangers that may threaten their people. Interestingly enough, these shrine maidens would also use maple leaves as their main weapon. A pretty unconventional choice of weapon, but it's become iconic to Momodora. So, how do these leaves work exactly? Well, in the middle of Lun Village, there's a sacred tree appropriately named the Lun Tree, and it was discovered that this tree held special properties, as it produced magical leaves that when blessed by the village matriarch would become indestructible, thus making them durable enough to be used as weapons. One day, a curse of unknown origin would quickly spread across the lands. Many locations were affected by this curse, including Lun Village. The effects of this curse seemed to bring the dead back to life, but would also affect the already living beings and turn them into malformed creatures that wouldn't be considered to be alive. But they weren't entirely dead either, but nonetheless, their sense of humanity would be lost during this transition. The line between the world of the living and the underworld was being blurred by this curse, and I don't necessarily mean that metaphorically either. There does exist an underworld in Momodora, where the dead continue to exist. Although we don't know much of what the underworld is like exactly, but I don't believe it's anything like being alive in the living world.
This is a really interesting thing to me because, as I said, the underworld does exist in Momodora. There does seem to be another world that's the dead go. That's not necessarily like just like a I don't know, like just dying, I guess. Like I don't know, who knows what comes after death, but I don't think it's like. But I think how I imagine it is that I don't know how I imagine it, to be honest, because the thing is that like I don't believe it's like going to a different place. Ardian has sort of briefly explained how it worked a little bit, but he's never gone into depth, as far as I know. He's never gone to depth what the underworld is like exactly, and how one could like exist there and potentially come back. He did say, I think somebody did ask him a question relating to that, and I think the response that he got from RDN was exactly that like, you know, that it was a complicated process that would be hard for him to explain in that response, is what he said. So it sounds like there is some sort of system he has in place for this to make sense. But he's just never explained it, though. That's the thing. He's just never explained it. So, again, just use your imagination.
Regardless, these creatures became a serious problem for Lun Village, and their best warriors would step in to repel the monsters that threatened to take over their home. Of these warriors were 4 shrine maidens simply known as Mallory, Luna, Chiimi, and Kaho Reinal.
I wish we got to know what these characters look like. Because these are the only sprites that exist of these characters, of course, besides Kaho. But Mallory, Luna, and Chiimi, they exist as statues in Momodora 2, and thus have no color at all. And they don't have high resolution drawings of them either. Like, as far as I know, there's no concept arts of what these characters would look like outside of like the pixel arts, you know, like aesthetic. I'm really curious what they would look like, but we've never got that.
Together, these 4 priestesses fought to keep their people safe, but as a result of this curse, an evil spirit by the name of Hagok would soon arrive to bring devastation to Lun Village. He'd proved to be an extremely powerful enemy, contributing to a great number of casualties, and eventually would manage to kill all but one of the shrine maidens. Mallory, Luna, and Chiimi would all meet their fate by the hands of Hagok, leaving Kaho as a last line of defense for her people. We'd learn in Momodora 3 that Kaho managed to defeat Hagok with the assistance of a helpful stranger.
The helpful stranger was, of course, either Momo or Dora, depending on who you played as. Of course, I didn't want to just say that. That's a spoiler. But getting this footage was kind of funny because luckily RDN made it very easy to edit the sprites in his games. And what I did here, I obviously didn't want to show off Momo or Dora during this scene. I just wanted to show off Kaho defeating Hagok. And during this section of the game in Momodora 3, you'd be fighting alongside Kaho to fight this monster, and you'd be doing the bulk of the damage. Kaho sort of just jumps around and shoots arrows, and that's about it. Just like in Momodora 4. And like I just wanted to get footage of her fighting Hagok on her own. And so what I did was I just changed the sprites. I just made them transparent, all of them. So whatever I did, it would just show nothing. And it worked out. It worked out pretty good.
Now that Hagok was gone, all that was left to worry about was the curse that still threatened to take over the world. At this point though, Kaho would begin to express doubt towards her religion. She'd wonder if all their prayers and offerings were perhaps the cause of their misfortune. She'd question the existence of their gods and wonder if she was a heretic for even having such thoughts. Eventually, it would soon be discovered that an eastern kingdom known as Karst was likely where the curse had originated from. Upon learning this information, Kaho would put on the black dress of sacrifice and would prepare to journey to the Karst kingdom, hoping to find the source of this curse and putting an end to its devastation. You might wonder why Kaho is even bothering with this mission after what she said in Momodora 3 though, but to be honest, you can probably assume why she would when you remember that the fate of the world might rest on her shoulders now. Still, Ardian would provide us with some insight on her thoughts via a response to a Steam discussion thread, which does help us imagine what her motivations might have been. Despite Kaho's doubts of her religion, and the fears and confusion of what is happening to the world around her, she wasn't prepared to let those things stop her from fulfilling her role as a shrine maiden. Perhaps she understood that there were questions she'd never get answers for, and maybe she wasn't sure if her actions will mean anything in the end. But those things weren't important to her anymore. Kaho's belief in her faith is strong. She grew up with it after all, and would become one of the most faithful people in her village. She might have felt some doubt, but those feelings wouldn't outweigh the trust that she held in her beliefs. The very idea of denouncing her faith would never cross her mind. Such a thing would likely demonstrate that her commitment to her religion was always fickle from the starts. Equally as important was the survival of Lund village and her people. Kaho was meant to be their protector, and with the death of her allies, she was really their last hope. With the curse spreading so quickly, it would soon become apparent to Kaho that it wasn't just her own village at stake. So with all this in mind, we can see where Kaho's motivations come from. She has a duty to her people, and a faith that's stronger than any doubt she might have had. This is a mission that's much bigger than Kaho, and I think she knows that. As I said, she likely has questions, and she probably knows she won't get those answers, but she has faith in her people, and she has faith in her belief. And even if she may not be around to see what the results are of her actions, she knows that this will be a major stepping stone towards that better future that they've been fighting for. So Kaho, only equipped with a leaf and bow and arrow, would set out on her mission to the Karst Kingdom, and thus would begin the story of Momodora, Reverie Under the Moonlights.
That I love. I don't know what it is about this part. Not this part in the video, but rather the explanation behind Kaho's motivations. In Momodora 3, it's clear that she does have a doubt about her religion and if it's actually the right thing to do, to like pray to their gods or whatever. And it's like, I think it's amazing that, like, I don't know, like it's tragic, but it's like, I don't know, I just see Kaho as like such a good hero. She never speaks. Well, I mean, only in Momodora 3, but she never really speaks. But I just love these traditional hero types, the self-sacrificing hero archetypes, you know? It's tragic because she expresses this doubt over her religion, but also recognizes that like the world is in danger, like the world is actively ending around her, and she knows that it's her job to protect, again, Lund Village and the world if need be. And even and she has these moments before she goes on her journey where she's not sure if her religion is doing the right thing. She doesn't know, but she doesn't care though. She doesn't care if what she's doing is the right thing or not. She knows that what she needs to do, that her actions will hopefully keep the people alive. It might be the right or wrong thing to do. I feel I imply that, like, I mentioned that it's what's gonna bring peace, but I'm not even sure if Kaho would know that. Does Kaho know if this is gonna bring peace? I don't know, maybe momentarily. She's not sure. But she knows at the very least that she needs to keep the world okay. She needs to keep the people okay. And you know, like I said in the video, she's not sure if like that's going to result in a great outcome. She's not sure if this is going to further her goals of keeping the world safe, but she does it anyway. And you know, she's not going to get those answers. She knows she's going to die. She knows she's not going to make it to the end. It's sort of it's a selfless act that's meant to help the people that are gonna come, you know, like later. You know, it's an act that's gonna sacrifice her life so that the world can continue existing. So the people that come after her will live happier lives. You know, I don't know. It's just such a simple archetype, but I actually love this so much about Kaho. It makes me really adore Kaho as a hero. You know, it's such a great character. It's simple again, but it's such a great character.
Attention all Momodora gamers.
I forgot about this.
Kaho is in great danger and she needs your help to defeat the evil queen.
$22, eh? Not a bad deal.
Against the calamity. To do this, she's going to need a maple leaf and a couple of bellflowers. To help, she needs your credit card. The 3 digits on the back, the expiration month and year. But you got to be quick, or Kath might not be the only one to suffer a painful death.
Nice. That's all the introduction you need.
So the first thing we see is this little creature escorting us through this place called the Sacred Odalia Grove. He says that he won't take us any further because it's just too dangerous for him. He'd also mentioned that Kaho should seek an audience with the queen, which is of course the whole reason why we're here. This little character is actually a Bachman, a recurring enemy in the Momodora series since the first game. The bandages covering its face are actually concealing its most prominent feature, that being a massive eyeball for a head. Usually Bachman are hostile, but apparently when a Bachman covers its eye in such a way, it could help to tame its natural instinct for hostility. It's a pretty interesting detail, but never really comes up again as far as I know.
That's another thing about these games, is that like, somebody did ask like who this character was, and this is why we know it's a Bachman, because RDN answered that person and he said, yeah, it's a Bachman who has bandages around its eye. And he mentioned that doing that seems to temper their like aggression. That's what it seems to do. But like it just never comes up again. Again, it's just another example of like when he makes these stories and he puts these like pieces of lore out there, explaining it to people, he doesn't really go too deep into it. It's up to the player to kind of figure out, so, you know, like if this has any implication anywhere else. This one in particular, though, I'm not sure if this is ever brought up ever again. Like, I'm not sure if we ever see this ever again. This is really a one of a kind character. We'll never see this ever again. It's very unique. But I mean, it's explained, so there you go.
Another thing I want to mention is that this game is full of references to other things that RDN likes, and they're really everywhere, to be honest. For example, Kaho here has 2 references built into her character's animation. When you stand...
Oh man, small editing mistake here. It goes to show, like, because when I was making this video, it was like the first big project that was kind of like this, I guess. And let me explain a little bit of how I went about making these videos, because it was kind of a cumbersome project. Basically, whenever I did this, every piece of footage you're seeing when I'm playing the game, I'm playing it while listening to my own commentary. The way I would do it is I would make my script, I would then record myself reading the script, and then I'd and then I would play through the game. I would play through the game while I was listening to my own recording. So the intention was that I could progress the game forward in time with my commentary. So everything is like lined up as closely as I can get it, or like, yeah, everything kind of makes sense. And then after that, the thing is that another thing is that, like, when I did record the gameplay, I would record it without the music. It would all be muted. The music would be recorded later, and I would go back into the game and get long, like, uninterrupted, like, hour-long sessions of just the music playing with no sound effects. It might seem like a lot of work because I could just get the MP3s. The thing is that, like, I sometimes there's ambience as well, though, you know? There's sometimes ambience. And I want to make sure that's included, you know? Like this music track, I can get this one easily, for sure, as an MP3, but the way it loops and the ambience that accompanies it exclusively in this area is something that isn't included on the MP3. So just getting like a long uninterrupted track of what the song sounds like in this environment was much more preferred, and that's what I did for the entire game. That's why there's never any cuts in the music. There's only like the only time the music never cuts. I wanted to make, because the music I think is great. I wanted to make sure the music was never interrupted. I want to make sure it was always just a consistent track that you could listen to and hear without it getting cut and chopped up around, you know? So every track is completely uncut and is uninterrupted. That being said, there's one editing mistake here, because as I was recording the the music for this, I started playing Fortnite and I must have not muted some sounds, so you can hear some Fortnite sounds if you listen very closely here.
And they're really everywhere, to be
honest. Right here, look, watch. I'll pause it before they happen.
For example,
right here, listen very closely. When the zoom in happens, you can hear some clicking sounds, and they're the sounds of me scrolling through the fucking games tabs on Fortnite.
Kaho here has 2 references built into her character's animation. When you stand around, you'll do a typical...
It's right there. It's very quiet, but you can notice it. You can definitely notice it. I'm going to I want to re-upload, not re-upload the videos, but I want to make a big supercuts of all my video. Well, I mean, it's already done, to be honest. It's already done, but I have a huge supercuts where it's every single one of my Momodora videos all in one piece, and I went back and re-edited some parts of the videos, changed up the lighting as well. The lighting on this video specifically is harsher. I was still learning Vegas at the time, and one thing my version of Vegas doesn't do is automatically adjust the lighting settings to match the settings that appear while it's in the program. So when I rendered the video, it was darker than it was when I was editing the video, which is really annoying, but I didn't notice it at the time, so I couldn't really fix it. That was fixed by the time Momodora's by the time I went to my Momodora 5 video, my Momodora 5 video is the only time I was able to fix it, because I didn't notice it until Momodora 3 was finished. Once Momodora 3 was finished, and I went back and looked at that video, I noticed it looks a little bit dark. It looks a little bit dark in this video. I don't know why. I figured it out. It's just some weird issue with Vegas 4. You have to kind of manually fix it yourself while editing the video. It's annoying, but like I said, I went back and re-edited some of the sound and some of the contrast, I guess, and it looks a lot better, and the sound adjustments a bit better as well. I'm gonna put those all together and upload them to my second channel.
Idle animation that you see a lot in other games, but these
You can just hear the Fortnite sounds. All the Fortnite sounds. Just listen, just full of Fortnite sounds when it zooms in.
differences built into your character's animation. When you stand around, you'll do a typical idle animation that you see a lot in other games, but these two animations are actually references to things RDN likes.
Okay, ignore the Fortnite sounds are very distracting. Okay, let's move on.
Such as this one, which is a reference to the yawning animation that Chun-Li does in Street Fighter, and this animation is a reference to Link in Ocarina of Time.
These are very small references, but these are really cool. I liked finding out about this. I didn't credit anybody for these pieces of footage because I actually went in and like I recorded this myself. I just found I legally obtained all these games legally, and I just got these little I recorded these little scenes. Normally I couldn't find anything. I couldn't really find like a clean version of these like animations that kind of showed off exactly what I wanted to show off.
This one, which is a reference,
it was like all GIFs, but like the GIFs were like pretty low quality, and I don't like how GIFs react in Vegas. In Vegas, they kind of act a little bit funky.
to the yawning
At least in Vegas 14. I'm not sure about recent versions.
animation that Chun-Li does in Street Fighter, and this animation is a reference to Link in Ocarina of Time. And it makes me wonder if the Sacred Ordalia Grove is meant to be a reference to Ordalia from Final Fantasy Tactics. I mentioned that Karst Kingdom was located east of Lund Village, and Ordalia from Final Fantasy Tactics is also referred to as an Eastern Kingdom, which seems too coincidental to not be a reference. I know RDN has at least played that game, so it's definitely a possibility.
He's definitely played it. They recently announced Final Fantasy Tactics to re-release, I guess, and he's been tweeting about that a lot lately.
Ordalia could also translate to ordeal, which could be a reference back to Trial of Ordeal, which was an ancient judicial practice where they'd subject an accused person to some sort of trial, usually a torture, with the expectation that God would intervene to prove their innocence. If I were to guess, I'd bet RDN probably likes Final Fantasy more than prisoner torture, so it's probably not the torture one, it's probably Final Fantasy. History.
I'm not sure if that translated well, but that was clearly a joke. The thing is that I'm not. Nobody's mentioned anything, of course, but that was clearly just like me making like a joke. But I realize I don't have much emotion in my voice when I'm recording this stuff. I don't know why. I try my best to put more emotion to it, but I have a relatively monotone voice. It's really hard. It's really hard for me to put emotion into my voice when I'm reading this stuff. It's really tough. I don't know. It's something I'm still working on. So I'm not sure if that translated well. But who cares?
History lesson aside, the Sacred Ordalia Grove is essentially just a tutorial area for the game. This whole commentary will be done over my insane difficulty playthrough, but for the tutorial I'll be playing through the game on normal difficulty. The reason for this is because difficulties above normal actually adds more monsters to the world, including the Sacred Ordalia Grove, which makes it considerably more difficult and less like a tutorial. Honestly though, I think it's pretty cool because it acts like a de facto tutorial skip for more experienced players.
It is a pretty clever idea. Like honestly, because like the experience going through the Sacred Ordalia Grove is going to be completely different again, if you're playing on easy or normal versus hard or insane difficulty. And it's cool because the people playing on hard or insane are more likely going to be returning players. And it makes the Sacred or Dahlia Grove like a completely new level. Like you're like when you start a new playthrough on these higher difficulties, it's like you're immediately getting new content, which I think is amazing. I think it's really cool.
Since this part wouldn't be a tutorial again, it will essentially be a new location. A very clever way of not forcing returning players to replay this, section all over again, at least not in the same way as you did originally. Anyway, the game introduces its mechanics to you through these prompts that show up on screen. They'll pretty much teach you everything you need to know.
And this is the part where I feel like this, again, the way I feel about this video is that this video in particular, I feel like is very, very bloated with information. I'm happy with this video for sure, but looking back on it, there's a lot of information in here that I did not need to include. But again, my intention when I was making this video was to cover everything, leave no stone unturned. And which is crazy because my whole idea for this series, for this Momodora video series, was to cover every game in one video. I was gonna do Momodora 4 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 5. I was gonna do it all in one video. I can't imagine how huge that project would have been if I had the same idea of what this video ended up being, where I just covered everything, no stone unturned, every single little detail that doesn't fucking matter. I'm really glad I didn't do that. But unfortunately, Momodora, this video in particular, is still a victim to it. So, that's fun. Lots of it could have been cut out, I think. At least like 40 minutes.
In relatively safe environments. One of the first things we'll encounter is a bellflower hanging off this branch. Bellflowers are your healing items, an Estus flask from Dark Souls essentially. We'll run into a tomato goblin brute and he's actually our first enemy, and luckily he's facing away from us, so it gives us plenty of time to figure out how to approach him. It's really funny though because you can really walk right up to him and nothing will happen, you won't get hurt. You can actually literally walk against them and nothing will happen. It's really meant to be as safe as possible for the player. Anyway, hopefully you're gamer brained enough to just spam the attack button and figure out that you have a 3-hit combo. This combo's initial attack only does 1 point of damage, but each hit afterwards does 1 more point of damage than the last. So basically the first hit does 1 point, second hit does 2 points, and third hit does 3 points.
Look at that fancy editing. Again, it's a lot more work than I needed to do. It's I didn't even need to talk about this. It's ridiculous. Why did I do this?
Kaho's air attack also does 2 points of damage. It's worth keeping in mind that you're kind of locked into every attack once you commit to it, but also not really. It's impossible to perform basically any other action during your startup, active, and recovery frames, but you are able to roll during your recovery, which of course does make things very lenient sometimes.
It is pretty lenient.
You can also heal pretty much at any moment during an attack. It won't help you avoid an attack, but it's useful if you accidentally attack when you meant to heal. What's interesting though is that when you get a kill, Kaho does this freeze to emphasize the fact that you got a kill, but this only freezes Kaho. No one else gets frozen, which leaves you open to getting attacked.
I do think that's a bit weird. I'm not sure if that was I'm not sure if that was the point. Like, of course, the only person who knows is gonna be RDN, of course, but like, was that? Did he want you to play around that mechanic? Again, it makes me wonder, like, if that was sort of the point. But did he want like the player to know that they're gonna freeze? You know, like, is this like an aesthetic choice, or is this like a gameplay feature? You know, like, is this like, are you meant to understand that that's gonna happen, or is that just an aesthetic that unfortunately costs the player, some damage if they do it at the wrong time? Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, because whether or not it's a feature or an aesthetic, the player is going to need to play around it. But it just makes me wonder what the intention was, though.
It's a weird quirk, and most of the time you won't need to worry about that, but there can be some moments where you have to definitely be aware.
Like, look at that shit. Isn't that bullshit? That's some real bullshit right there. That's some real bullshit. Hang on, I gotta watch that again. That's some bullshit. Look at that shit. I'm playing. That's just me. No, I'm pretty sure that was me playing normally too. That's another thing. I think that was footage I got from when I was playing the game just normally. And like this part's tricky because like these smaller enemies, they die really easily. So when you kill these smaller enemies, they like you're like locked in for longer and like more quickly, you know. And like when you have all these things swarming you, it's really just feels like bullshit. but again, maybe you just need to, you know, play around this mechanic.
The next ability we'll be prompted to use is the bow and arrow. Each arrow only does 1 point of damage, but charging it up slightly will raise it to 2 points. Fully charging the bow will cause Kaho to shoot 3 arrows at the same time, each arrow doing 2 points of damage. The bow and arrow is often considered to be overpowered, and I wouldn't disagree with that. Once you learn the trick to it, then it becomes the preferable weapon for the vast majority of encounters. What makes it so powerful is the fact that you don't need to fully charge it to get the most DPS out of it. When you charge the bow, this effect will surround Kaho, but it's kind of misleading because at any point during this charging effect, he'll be guaranteed to shoot an arrow that will deal 2 points of damage. The amount of time it takes to fully charge the bow isn't worth it when you can just spam the slightly overcharged arrow, which will result in a much higher damage outputs. For this reason though,
It's so true. I've always jumped around between if I liked Momodora 4 or Momodora 5 more. And I love Momodora 5 and I love Momodora 4. I think they're both great. But the one thing, like, there's lots of things I love about Momodora 4. I think 4 has great music. I think its aesthetic is great. I love its little story. I think those parts I love the most between these two games. But man, the fact that the whole game becomes like pretty trivial once you figure out this little mechanic that's really easy to do and that's accessible to you at the very beginning. It really kind of like makes like you have to like not use it to like enjoy the combat more, you know? You have to actively put yourself in a worse position to be able to, you know, play the game like normally. And that's not in Momodora 5. Momodora 5 fixed that. It made sure the bow wasn't so amazing. You had to actually kind of get in there and like, you could still use the bow, but it would take a long time to win fights. Unlike in this game where like, technically using your leaf would take longer than using your bow, you know? So I'm not sure which one I like more, Momodora 4 or 5. As great as Momodora 4 is, the one thing that I feel like holds it back is just the combat is like, you can't really fix it, you know? Or rather, it would be hard to fix because it's an old game and RDN probably doesn't want to do that. Whereas like in Momodora 5, the game's not as easy because, you know, you got you can't just spam the bow. There's some efforts you're expected to put into Momodora 5.
I'm going to use the bow sparingly. I don't want this entire playthrough to just be me shooting arrows 90%.
Yeah, see, exactly. I even say it in the video. Like I purposely handicapped myself because if I did just play this entire game with just the bow, it would literally just be exclusively just the bow, except for the fight with the armored boss. What's her name? I forget her name. But there's an armored boss that we fight later on who's immune to arrows, and that's like the only time it wouldn't work against a boss or against any enemy, I guess.
At the time, mainly because that wouldn't be very interesting to watch. We'll find this bell here, and this is actually the saving system of the game. You can pray to it to save your game, and it'll also replenish your health and resources. Or you can speed up that process by simply hitting the bell and moving on. Kaho is in a bit of a time crunch, so I'm sure the goddesses will understand. We'll progress through this tunnel and encounter a new enemy, some sort of imp girl that's holding a shield. Normally this enemy would be throwing projectiles at you, but this is the only enemy of this type that's designed not to do that, to give the player plenty of time to figure out how to use the dodge mechanic. As long as this enemy's shield is up, they're basically impossible to kill from the front, so use the invincibility frames from your dodge roll to roll past her and attack her from behind to get the kill.
And that part is actually kind of interesting. There was more to this video that I did record, but I ended up cutting it because I felt like it was leaning into stuff that I didn't want to focus on too much. I kind of criticized this part a bit of the game because I felt like it was kind of weird to do this specifically because the thing I explained right here is that this enemy on the bottom specifically is meant to throw knives at you normally. That's what it's meant to do normally, to throw knives. But I thought it was kind of strange to introduce this enemy like that, because the very next time and every other time you encounter this enemy, they're going to be throwing knives. And I just thought it was kind of unfair to, a new player who's trying to learn your game, and then you throw this enemy at them, and their first encounter is a modified version of this enemy. The next time they encounter this enemy, it's gonna do something else that the player wasn't taught, that the player wasn't told about. This other mechanic that this enemy has was kept a secret to the player, and I think I thought that was kind of unfair, just a little bit unfair, because now the next time they encounter the enemy, they're not expecting it, and they'll get a cheap death in the tutorial area, which is what is essentially the tutorial area. I was going to include a section where I kind of gave my thoughts about that. I thought it was kind of strange that it's a bit, you're trying to teach something, but you're also teaching them something bad at the same time that's going to get them killed later. I was going to include that, but I ended up not, because, and I think that's when I decided that I didn't want to include any review parts in these videos. I didn't want to add in oh, and this is bad because this, or this is good because this, or whatever. I want from this point forward, I decided that I wanted to keep the videos 100% positive, because I just wanted to kind of share the great aspects I love about these games. And that's not I'm not saying that because I think there's lots of bad parts in this game. I didn't want the videos to be super negative. I think these games are great 99% of the time. There's some parts in maybe each game that I think are a bit iffy for sure. But I wanted to focus on the parts that I thought were great, that I really liked about the game. I wanted to make a positive video. I didn't want to lean into any negativity too much at all. I just wanted to focus on the stuff I liked. I guess that's one reason why I wanted to do these commentary things, because now I can kind of share some of the more negative parts. There's not much, I'll be honest. I still even with script and all that, it's I still really like these videos. Not videos. These games. I like them 99%. There's some issues I have with some parts, but 99%, it's I love these games. Oops.
But this is the only enemy of this type that's designed not to do that, to give the player plenty of time to figure out how to use the dodge mechanic. As long as this enemy's shield is up, they're basically impossible to kill from the front, so use the invincibility frames from your dodge roll to roll past her and attack her from behind to get the kill. By this point, you've probably noticed these pink things showing up every single time you kill something. That's your currency, money. Not money, it's spelled differently, it's M-U-N-N-Y, money. Enemies drop a small amount, but you can also find chests sitting around the map that'll give you usually a lot more. In the next screen, we'll encounter another one of these imps throwing poison grenades towards you. The grenade itself can hurt you, but its damage is fairly minimal compared to other attacks. The real problem is the poisonous gas that lingers after the impact of the grenade. If stood in for too long, you'll gain a poison status effect, which will slowly begin to drain your health for a short period of time. So if you absolutely need to traverse through some poison gas, make sure you don't stand in it for too long. Also, another reference here is how the game warns the player of them being poisoned. It uses this bright red text to warn the player in a similar fashion to how Dark Souls would do the same.
That's pretty cool. I forgot about that. So yeah, the Dark Souls references. This game really is full of references. I'm sure I missed plenty. Like, I'm sure with every single one of the games I missed plenty of references, but I tried to get as many as I can figure out. I'm pretty sure there's some I missed, especially with that painting that comes along later.
Here we can find an illusionary wall. Sometimes they can be pretty tough to spot too, but other times it can be quite obvious. In this case, you might not even realize it's here on your first playthrough, but
This is more stuff I could have just cut. I did not need to go over the mechanics so much.
you'll likely come back here to investigate once you notice that there's an unexplored room here on your map. Inside we'll find a vitality fragment, which slightly increases our health. You'll reach a fork in the road sometime soon afterwards. To the left is a mini-boss you can test your skills against either by fighting it or just using a well-timed dodge roll to get past it. Either way, you'll find an item to reward your efforts. The last thing worth mentioning is this spider. A similar spider showed up in Momodora 3 actually, and you can kill this little guy if you want, but if you don't, he'll actually show up later as an item seller. And with that, the tutorial is basically finished.
The spider guy does show up in Momodora 5, but I didn't cover him in Momodora 5 in my Momodora 5 video. When I was making my Momodora 5 video, I kind of went into it with the expectation of like cutting out too much bloat. The spider is in Momodora 5, but I figure I didn't need to dedicate so much time to like covering these smaller things in Momodora 5. I'm mentioning it now because it's because I didn't talk about it in my Momodora 5 video, so it's never gonna come up later on. So there's a couple things like that with my Momodora 5 video. I'll explain more of like the references, I guess, when I do that commentary. But there's quite a few things I didn't cover in Momodora 5. But you know, I'll talk about that later.
The game has taught you all the base mechanics, and now it's left up to you to make it to the end. We'll be able to find health upgrades, useful items, and collectibles such as the ivory bugs, all things that will assist Kaho along the way. As we keep traveling through the grove, Kaho will encounter her first major obstacle. Arthropod Demon Adia, half girl, half giant centipede. Believe it or not, this is normal, at least in terms of appearance. Giant centipede people are part of the Momodora universe and typically reside in a place called the Bell Tower Garden. If you were to look in the background here, you could actually see more centipede creatures crawling around. I theorize that these might be some of Adia's buddies, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Anyway, it seems like Adia fell victim to the curse from Karst, and now has become a demon. She can't be saved anymore, so Kaho doesn't hesitate to dispose of her. If you manage to kill Adia without taking damage, she'll drop a useful item. This also applies to every other boss in the game, and these items are typically very powerful and worth aiming for. In this case, the item Adia dropped is called Adia's Pearl.
I really liked Adia. Unfortunately, she doesn't have too much lore behind her, but Adia is pretty cool. The centipede people, in general, are pretty interesting to me. We don't get much time with them, unfortunately. Like I said, we do visit the Bell Tower Garden like at least once in Momodora 3, but we never encounter any more centipede people. It would have been cool to meet some of them, but I think by the time Momodora 3 happens in the storyline, the centipede people have mostly been wiped out, I think the population is mostly gone by the time Momodora 3 happens. I'm not sure if they explain why they disappeared. They could have been another enslaved race with by Karst, but I have a theory that the centipede people of Bell Tower Garden had some sort of deal with Karst Kingdom at this time, based on a very loose piece of evidence, and that being a bell that's located in Bell Tower Garden. It's a bell that looks very similar to a bell you can find in Karst Kingdom, and that makes me feel like there's some sort of collaboration there. But again, this is just sort of one of those things where it's up to the player to kind of fanfic or make that fan fiction in their own head.
If you read its description, you'll find out that Adia was a traitor to her people, and by the wording of this description, it makes it sound like that she was likely killed and her body was left here in the sacred Ordalia Grove. The curse has only brought her back to life in the form of a demon. Your guess is as good as mine when it comes to how long she's been dead. Shortly after, we'll run into a skeleton named Asgore near the gates of Karst City. He doesn't seem hostile and would inquire about Kaho's mission. He'd warn her of the dangers that lie ahead in the city. Despite those dangers, Asgore is determined to visit the city in search of his wife. He'd mentioned that he's been asleep for 100 years now, and that in his days he'd remember people would gather in the sacred grove to pray to higher deities. Suspecting that the lack of faith from the people of Karst now has led to the current state of the city. And with that, we can continue forward and take our first steps into Karst Kingdom.
I like how it instantly becomes night between between Ordalia Grove and Karst City. Like the second you step in, it becomes nighttime. I like to think that's just because like the travel time between the Grove and Karst City is like significant. I mean,
That the lack of faith,
like when you travel, through the gates, like there's really no indication that you're getting closer to like any sort of like city, right? It's just trees still. There's this gate, but between this gate and the city, I'm guessing is like a lot more travel time.
Once inside the city, you'll probably notice that the sun has set and now 2 moons have taken its place. They're also glowing a bright blood red color. I'm guessing that's not how they're supposed to look normally. Momodora established that it had 2 moons back in Momodora 3, but what I think is funny is that the 2 moons are actually a reference to Chrono Cross, which is another one of Ardian's favorites.
What's funny is that I never mentioned it, but in Momodora 3's demo, the 2 moons looked more like these moons in Chrono Cross. It'd be like a large blue one and a small red one, like the reference was a lot more transparent in Momodora 3's demo. But again, by the time Momodora 3 finished, the 2 moons ended up becoming these white ones we see right here. Yeah, those. So it's a lot less obvious, but I thought that was interesting. I really like how the 2 moons are just a reference. That's really funny to me.
Is that the 2 moons are actually a reference to Chrono Cross, which is another one of Ardian's favorite games. So yeah, that's right. A major characteristic in this world, the 2 moons is actually came from a reference, which I think is really funny, and it's just a permanent feature of the world. I mean, unless some sort of storyline happens in the future where that changes completely.
Momodora 5.
Anyway, here in Karst, it's completely covered in darkness and fog, and the buildings in the background look very reminiscent of 19th century Victorian architecture. Aside from the architecture, I'm guessing things don't normally look this spooky. We'll soon bump into another friendly character.
Who cares? They're an item seller. Why did he keep this in the video? Jesus Christ.
Who will offer to sell us items in exchange for the money we've collected. She's not very talkative, but she'll show up several times later to assist Kaho in her journey. Once we begin to explore the city, we'll start to encounter monsters that are of course the citizens of Karst that have been affected by the curse. I don't think it's ever specified if these people can be saved, but I suppose Kaho wouldn't even know that at this point, so the best she can do is, purify them. Here's another path that's blocked off by some sort of fog. The only way to enter is to have a Karst crest. Kaho doesn't have one of those right now, so the best we can do is ignore it and come back to it later. We'll explore a little bit more and even encounter a survivor, but she seems to be in too much distress to want to speak to us. We'll eventually drop into this pit and be met with our first boss.
I love Mocha.
This is Mocha. He's a small little Bachman guy. He identifies Kaho as a missionary and doesn't hesitate to start trying to kill us for his mistress. His attacks are mostly defensive, and getting too greedy could easily get Kaho killed, so be careful. Mocha is also the strongest Bachman I've ever seen, but despite that, this fight is just a prelude to the real boss fights. Once you get Mocha's health down to about 50%, the ground will begin to shake before it breaks apart, causing Kaho and Mocha to fall. Kaho would land on a platform, but Mocha wouldn't be so lucky as he'd fall into the body of water below and thus into his watery grave. Or does he?
I forgot. This little piece of art was actually drawn by Therns. I don't think they did. I don't think they did much for this game. In fact, I think I even mentioned that in this video. But I think they drew some art for some Steam trading cards. I think that was the most that they were involved in when it comes to this game.
Anyway, Lubella, the Witch of Decay, would then make her VTuber model debut.
I forgot I said that. It's so stupid.
And the focus of the fight would turn to her now that Mocha was gone.
She looks like a VTuber though. Her design looks like a VTuber design.
So who's Lubella? Lubella Dim was an orphan who grew up on a small settlement on the countryside of Karst, forced into the criminal world in order to survive. Over time, she'd develop into a person who took pleasure in this mischief. After death, she'd be resurrected into this immortal state. I don't believe this is because of the curse though. Lubella has been alive for possibly hundreds of years now. Regardless, her goal now is to usurp the
I don't remember if I was able to ever confirm that or not. I think this is more of just like a theory of mine, where I think Lubella has been alive just for a long time, but as this like witch, and is now like making a move on because I don't think they ever like explain her motivations, but I think her goals in this game were to like become like the Queen of Karst, I think. Again, lots of the stuff isn't explained. Like Lubella is sort of not super. She sort of just acts like a boss in this game. She's not really too important to the story, or at least Kaho and the player would never learn that through this game.
The noble throne of Karst, recruiting lesser servants like Mocha to help her achieve this goal. Although, as we've just seen, her servants are often killed by her. She's a fan favorite character, and her backstory played a large part in contributing to her popularity. Just kidding, it's because of her massive pair of fan service. Self-proclaimed alleged ass person.
I forgot about that. That's a weird thing to put in.
And says that her chest being animated was originally added as a joke, but made it into the final game somehow. The implications of this claim are dubious at best. Joking aside, she does have a great design. She was even featured as one of the many cameos in La Mulana 1 and 2 Hidden Treasures Edition.
I was never able to find out what that text said. I don't think there's I don't. This is a side thing, but La Mulana, I think is one of Ardian's. I'm not sure if it's one of his favorite games, but he really likes the La Mulana games. I'm pretty sure, and yeah, there is 2 Momodora references in La Mulana. One of them featuring Lubella Dim, as we can see here, and another one featuring Cotillard from, well, this game as well. And the thing is that there's like no footage of this though. Like there's these images, but I couldn't find any footage of Lubella or Cotillard on the internets. Because they're exclusive to the I think the Switch versions or the Xbox versions, I think they're exclusive to the Xbox release of La Mulana 1 and 2, Hidden Treasures Edition, I think. And the thing is that La Mulana is not a popular game to begin with. So putting it on consoles and putting these references in the game as console exclusives is a bit it made it not very easy to find any information about like any footage of these characters of these references of these characters. That being said, there's not really much. Like this is as much as you're gonna see because they're just like shopkeepers. They don't really do much, but But I was curious if the text was different, because there's this text, and I'm guessing this is just like flavor text for whoever the item seller is. And I never was able to figure out what this text said exactly for Lubella. I tried translating it. It's like just doing a simple image capture and then like translating that through a machine. But for some reason, I don't think I ever got like any consistent answer. But who cares?
That was exclusive to
Also, I translated this as well, this text up here. This was all originally in Japanese, I'm pretty sure. So that's why Lubella is spelt incorrectly. She's not Luvira. It's I think it was just the Google Translates kind of being stupid.
the console releases. When you take a look at all the arts and covers made for this game, you'll notice how prominent she's featured. You'd think she'd surely play a massive part in this game. Anyway, Lubella wouldn't give Kaho the chance to kill her.
This was another kind of small, stupid joke that was more for me than anybody else, but like I mentioned here how how Lubella is prominently featured on these covers, especially that one on the right. It's like it makes it look like she's gonna be like an important like character or the big bad guy of the game. She looks like menacing, you know.
You'll notice how
And like in every single one, she's like the biggest thing there. But I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? Because she is, because like I think the way like these are drawn, they're not really meant to be like Star Wars posters, you know, or like the Avengers posters, where you see like all the characters and some of them are like larger than others, and the more larger characters are like the more important ones. I think thinking about these covers like that is the incorrect way of thinking about it. I think Lubella is drawn large because she's literally a giant. She's huge. So on like the bottom left, one, Lubella isn't large because she's an important part of the game. She's large because, well, that's just her size. They can't make her smaller than that, you know? It's like, that's just her size. It's just normal. It's not like Partner Fennel right there on the bottom left as well. Partner Fennel is obviously drawn bigger, but that's because she's like a more important part of the story. But I mean, the Lubella technically is drawn her normal size. She's not that much bigger. Which I think is kind of funny to think about. By the way, the art on the top left is drawn by Temi Chang. That's why if you look very closely up here, you can see a little Temi peeking out. Just a fun little reference. God damn, this video is 8 months old? Jesus Christ.
game.
Oh yeah, and the thumbnail for this video is also like a small little reference. Not reference. The thumbnail for this video, for the video I made, the thumbnail for it was also a bit of a joke as well. Like I purposely put Lubella front and center because like the joke being that she was gonna be like an important part of the video, but she isn't. It's a stupid joke, I know, but I thought it was kind of funny. It was something for myself mostly.
Anyway, Lubella wouldn't give Kaho the chance to kill her, as she'd decide that she wasn't worth the efforts and would end the fight before escaping. With those distractions out of the way, we can finally move
With those that's stupid.
on. We'd soon run into Kath. She's a human, a nidus for Karst Kingdom,
Oh, look how cute that picture is. Wow, where did I find that?
in fact. And she's not too impressed when she sees Kaho. She tells her that it would probably be best if she took shelter since she didn't seem too capable of protecting herself. Kaho would explain her mission to Kath, and she would just laugh, doubting the queen would at all be interested in helping a village as insignificant as Lun. What's funny though is that Kath warns her that she heard rumors of an undead witch lurking around. I don't think she realized yet that we just had a run-in with Lubella. She also tells us that if we really want to meet the queen, that we'll need to be careful because the city only gets more dangerous the deeper we go. She'd go on to express how much Karst has turned into a graveyard. Many people have died and still continue to die, lamenting the fact that her sister Catherine was unfortunate enough to meet a similar fate. And with that bummer to cap off the conversation, we're finally let loose to explore. And at this point, the game just opens up to us. We can explore anywhere we want, and the only locked doors are going to be for shortcuts. So the experience can be pretty different for everyone. But for this video, I'm going to be covering each location in a very specific order, but mainly because I want to share my favorite location for last, and I'm pretty excited to share that with you. After our conversation.
That's another thing, yeah. The way the game is structured, it feels like obviously is like trying to like push you towards a certain location. Like the way I went through playing this game, I don't think is gonna be how most people experience it. I think most people will go up before going down. And up is like well, maybe not though at the same time now that I think about it, because up leads to a boss fight. And maybe the intention was that the boss fight would be too difficult, so then it would make people think like, oh, we should go down first. At least I think that might have been the intention, because going up first leads you directly to Forlorn Monastery, which is the best area in the game in my opinion, and it just feels weird to start off with the best area and then like leave. I mean, not to say that the other areas are bad, but they're not nearly as good. They're not nearly as good. I don't know. I feel like it would have been like, I like that's why I purposely went out of my way to cover what I think are the least interesting areas, and leave Forlorn Monastery for last, because I think that place is the most interesting.
Station with Kath, we can go down these ladders and into the water towards our first major location. You won't find Mocha here, but you will find this cool chest. Open it up and
you get 1 money. Cool. I don't even pick it up. It's pretty funny.
And then we keep going and jump down this pit. We then see a cutscene, which is pretty rare to be honest. Anytime we get any cutscenes, it usually involves Kaho, and this one does as well, but at first it's just this other character. It's a small detail, but I thought it was interesting. We watched this straight.
That's super true. I know it's a small thing, a very small thing, but you never get cutscenes that don't involve like the player's character in these games. So it's pretty surprising to see like a cutscene take place where it's happening without the player's involvement, at least for the beginning of it. I thought it was really interesting. It was interesting enough for me to mention.
Stranger for a moment, and it seems like she just escaped from a cell and is searching for a way out. Suddenly, Kao falls from the ceiling. She'd introduce herself to the stranger, and the stranger would warn her about how dangerous this place has become. She'd tell Kaho that, according to hearsay, the queen is responsible for the curse that is spreading throughout the world, and she'd advise Kaho to just leave and save herself while she still can. Was the queen responsible for this curse? We don't know yet, but I'd be a little bit suspicious now. Also, in case you haven't noticed yet, Kaho is a completely silent protagonist in this game. During development of Momodora 4, there were plans to create a more story-heavy game that involved Kaho speaking more, and it was even planned that we'd get flashback sequences.
I wish I knew what that looked like. Oh, that would have been so cool if we actually got that. But you know, par for the course, right? All these games get like shit cut from them. But you know, I mean, it's like, that's, what do you expect, right? I mean, RDN isn't a writer. There's not, he's not gonna risk, you know, doing some like, something like super new that's gonna just kind of flop. Especially since he just doesn't really care about the writing stuff that much. Again, just to clarify again, just, you know, it's, I'm sure if he could, he would make like a deeper story, but he doesn't want to like learn, he doesn't want to try to like learn that, like, you know, on a completely new game. I'm sure he'd rather kind of like hone his skills a bit more before attempting to toss it into like a full ass game. That being said, though, it's kind of interesting to hear about stuff being cut from Momodora 4 because Arden has always said that like Momodora 4 was the smoothest game in terms of developments. Every game has issues. Every Momodora game has issues during development, but Momodora 4 he's often stated as being the smoothest experience when it comes to developing a game, where like most of the things just worked out from the beginning.
But just like in Momodora 3, it was cuts. Anyway, welcome to the subterranean grave. And calling it a grave is pretty accurate because this place is full of bones and skulls, and for some reason there's like cat girl monsters too. They look pretty adorable. I suspect that this place fell victim to a flood, as you can find plenty of abandoned rooms completely submerged in water that still have all kinds of furniture like shelves, tables, chairs, and even light fixtures. If we explore a bit more, we'll find that this place also acts as a jail. And check it out, it's Ascorn. How did he end up here? I don't know. He'd ask us to help him out, and luckily we can. Upon opening the cell, Ascorn would thank you. Apparently he was imprisoned here by someone or something. At the moment though, his only concern is to continue his search for his wife. He'd actually tell us that he and his wife have been dead for a long time now, but the curse has brought him back to this world, and suspects that his wife may be here as well. You know, with this information about Ascorn, it makes me wonder if Adia went through the same thing. Adia, I assume, has been dead for a long time, and maybe she was also resurrected by this curse. But perhaps the reason why Ascorn seems to be in sound mind is because he did die naturally. Ardian mentioned that he isn't crazy because he died naturally. So again, as I said, I'm assuming Adia has been dead for a long time now. So maybe...
Hang on, does he mention... hang on, let me rewind just a second here.
Mentioned that he...
I think this was man, I must have cut it out, but I think this might have been the post where he explains like the what death is, what the underworld is like for Momodora, but I must have cut it because it wasn't relevant.
He isn't...
Although he does mention the Bachman thing here.
Crazy because he died naturally. So again, as I said, I'm assuming Adia has been dead for a long time now. So maybe the fact that she was killed by her people was the difference as to why she became a demon as opposed to Ascorn. That's just my theory though. He doesn't...
That's kind of funny to think about, because I'm pretty sure the wording on some of the lore artifacts in Momodora 3 do imply that Adia was killed by her own people, and I guess her body was dumped in the Ordalia Grove. That, or maybe she was like heavily injured and they like banished her there. I have no idea. Again, I suspect that there's some sort of connection between Bell Tower Garden, where the centipede people live, and Karst. It's weird with these little like connections. The bell and the fact that Adia was left here. I feel like it's only two, but I feel like for me that's enough to suspect that there must be some sort of like connection between the two places.
Spend much more time chatting and says goodbye so he can resume his search. Before we leave though, we can take a look at this last cell here and talk to the fish person inside. This poor guy begs Kaho to find a way to free him. Apparently the curse has already reached his homeland too, and I'm guessing he might have a desire to return to his people. He tells you to please not leave him alone there, but unfortunately there's no way of saving this person. A switch doesn't exist for the cell, and if you come back later, he'll already be dead.
Also, it's a female character as well. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that at the time. But you can tell that they're a female character because of the dialogue sound. RDN uses different dialogue sounds for male and female characters. I didn't realize that because I didn't even notice the difference in sounds. I only realized that this was a female character when I was looking at the sprite sheets, and this sprite was specifically named like female fish person, I think. This whole scene though is very, very tragic, because because like you learn from Momodora 5 that the karst people at this time were enslaving the fish people of Old Madrin. He was a slave. He might have been a fucking slave. That's crazy. Jesus Christ.
Dying in a cell all alone in a city that's devoid of life is probably as tragic as you can get. Anyway,
Oh yeah, and he was a slave. I don't think I realized that at the time. I don't remember. Because at the time when I was making this, I hadn't completely explored Momodora 5 yet. So I didn't even realize that he was a slave. But I don't think I would have even mentioned it, to be honest. Because as I said, any information I give about this, any information I explain was gonna be within the context of when the game takes place. So the player wouldn't know that the fish folk would be a slave. Maybe Kaho would have known, but I'm not too sure. I just thought it made I just thought like the fact that like I hit it though would have made the reveal of it in 5 a bit more interesting than just explaining it here.
anyway, there isn't too much to see in the subterranean grave. Well, except for this cool jellyfish.
This is a cool jellyfish. It has like a small chance of spawning in some rooms in this area. It doesn't do anything, but it's a cool jellyfish.
We can also find this key that'll open up a shortcut later, but the most important place we want to get to is this room. Only a couple steps in, and we'll get ambushed by our next boss. Derelict Frida, a weird-looking bird ghost thing, will need to dodge laser beams, a slower pecking attack, and dogs that she likes to summon occasionally. Unfortunately, there's not much information about Frida, but she can drop an item that'll tell us that Frida was thrown into these tombs underneath the capital for being deemed worthless. The item description would go on to say that it's hardly possible to tell if she ever took the form of a human or something else. One piece of information that wasn't mentioned in my intro was that when living people die, while this curse is in effect, they'll first be turned into an egg before completely crossing over into the land of the dead. From that egg, a lesser spirit is born, which appear as small bird-like creatures, which are much more common to see in later parts of the game. At this point, the bird will take on the form of a variety of shapes, like the dogs we saw earlier or the witches. To me,
I forgot about that. This character is so interesting because they don't really explain anything, but the design is fascinating. Like look at the chain on its neck. I don't know. I wanted when I was making this, I wanted to theorize that maybe it's related to dogs, because it looks like a bone to me, but it might just be. But it also might just be that the pixel arts isn't. Like how small the pixel art is, it makes it impossible to depict what that might be. But it looks like a bone. Maybe she was a dog tamer. I don't know. Maybe she was I don't know. It really is just up to the player to kind of think for themselves of what they think what this person might have been. Oops. Play.
I think it seems like maybe Frida was meant to be some bigger project. Perhaps those eggs behind Frida are a sign that she was being experimented on to be capable of producing eggs without the need of killing a living human. Or maybe those are simply her trophies from the people she has killed. All we can do is speculate on this really, but it's really interesting to think about. We can progress into the next room and find ourselves a piece of the karst crest. Upon picking it up, Kaho will also get an upgrade on her bow, allowing us to charge it much faster.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about this upgrade. This upgrade just makes the bow even more OP. I forgot. There's no reason to use anything else by this point. Once you get this upgrade, you'd be dumb not to use the bow.
There's also an empty cage here in the corner with a couple of feathers laying on the ground. That's pretty interesting. Anyway, that's really all you can do here in the subterranean grave. We can find a path that'll lead us towards our next location, and after a bit of swimming and dodging these kill wheels, we can use the garden key to open this door, and we'll find ourselves in the White Leaf Memorial Park. In terms of appearance, I think Whiteleaf Memorial Park is probably my favorites. The world takes on this autumn hue, and we can see the background is full of trees. If you look closely, you can even see a little bit of course, castle behind the trees, a detail I never noticed until honestly making this video. In the foreground, we can see trees and tombstones as well, and the music really adds to it as it's meant to be, you know, a graveyard essentially. Momodora 4's soundtrack was composed by Notorious Knave, better known simply as NK, and the best way I could describe the soundtrack is that the range NK is capable of is very impressive. From the melancholic feel of gardens.
I wasn't able. NK's like, I don't know if he does anything nowadays. I think the entire discography, all of his music, I think has been pretty much just been Momodora 4, 5, and Minoria, which he did in collaboration with Electro Bear. But I think that's all he's done. I think since then he's sort of just kind of hasn't worked on much else, I think. Yeah, I don't think he tweets much either. He's very to himself.
Of stone.
This is stupid. This is dumb. Why did I put this in here? It was supposed to be like a, you know, like those old song commercials. It's obvious what it's supposed to be, but it's pretty funny to me.
To the feeling of urgency from assaults. And even the hopeful and dreamy sounding tune of Reverie.
It is hopeful.
NK would go on to produce the soundtrack of Momodora 5, Moonlit Farewell, and oh my gosh, just wait till we get there. 5's soundtrack is just as good, if not better, than 4's. They're both great, but 5's is something. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm looking forward to showing that off.
Oh my gosh, but this guy's right though. The music in 5 is really good. I really like the music in 5, especially since some of those tracks are I never mentioned it in the video, but some of the tracks in Momodora 5 are like how would I explain it? There was a trailer released for Momodora 3, and I think the song used in that trailer was used for like the final fights in Momodora 5. It was really cool. And again, I never mentioned it, but the final track in Momodora 5 is also like a remix inspired from J.W. Hendrix' credits theme from Momodora 1, which I thought was amazing. Oh my gosh, the soundtrack to that game is great.
Anyway, as pretty as this place is, it's only really half of the whole location. This is only the upper level, and there's an entire second level hidden below us. But to gain access to it, we'll need to continue venturing deeper into the park. So we'll need to be careful of the Bachman, these ladybugs, these living statues, and these weird plant girls. What's funny is that lots of these enemies are actually returning enemies from Momodora 3. The Bachman, of course, has been a recurring enemy from the Momodora game since the first game, but the Tomato Goblin, ladybugs, and even these plant girls are all from Momodora 3, and I think that's pretty cool. And personally, I'm a big fan of the ladybugs. I like when you hit them, they make this face. It's really funny to me for some
It is funny.
some reason. Now before we go up, we're instead going to go down, and eventually we'll find the spell. Next to it is the item seller that we saw before, and they'll actually be selling an item called the Dull Pearl, which is basically the same functionally as Adia's Pearl, but it doesn't have the lore attached to it. Some of the items that you can get from bosses aren't exclusively attached to the bosses. Some of them are, but some others are not. Lots of times you can find or even buy these items, but of course they're going to be a bit more tougher to find and a bit more expensive too. Ardian actually mentioned that these items were only added as a fun bonus. They were nothing more than a neat secret that weren't really implemented with balance in mind, so they weren't really required. Plus, none of these items were required to unlock anything fancy, not even any of the achievements. The achievements were all related to other things. They were really just there for fun. Unfortunately, this feature didn't really hit with some players, and it was enough to discourage Ardian from wanting to do it again. Either because of the negative reactions he received from some players, or because he took the time to reevaluate how he designs games and decided that things like this didn't fit into his ideal game. Personally, I feel like I could understand when a game designer wants to do something.
This is like a rare moment where I kind of implement my own like feelings. Again, which I try to avoid the best I can, especially moving forward from Momodora 4. But yeah, I do vaguely remember a post where Ardian said that like he made sure he didn't want to add these like fancy rewards for like beating an enemy without getting hit once. He made sure to avoid doing that in Momodora 5 because people didn't like it in this game, but he was kind of shocked by the response when people said that they wanted it back. And like, it just goes to show, like, just stick, I mean, it's like, cause like what he did wasn't a bad thing. Like adding these like little like rewards for doing well in a boss fight, it's like, that's not like a bad game design. Like it's just a game design. So many people have this weird like idea of what is objectively good and bad game design, when oftentimes it really is just comes down to just what the developer might find fun. It's really as simple as that. Just because they add a mechanic that you don't find fun doesn't mean that it's objectively bad. It's just a mechanic that doesn't jive with you, you know?
Just for the sake of doing it for fun. I think it's okay when developers want to do stuff just for fun, even if
I even mentioned it in this video. I forgot.
if it doesn't make sense balance-wise, or it doesn't fit into what some players feel like a game should and shouldn't be. Anyway, I guess that's really all I have to say about these boss items. But speaking of bosses, we'll actually run into another one pretty soon here, and
I think fighting game players kind of understand that a bit, right? With like the joke character. Lots of fighting games have joke characters, and they're not meant to be like great characters. They're kind of added just for fun. Again, just because the developers thought it would be funny to add fucking Dan to the game. Let's add Dan to Street Fighter, and he's gonna be a bad character. Just all the worst moves. There's no combos. And I think fighting game players understand that. You know, it's just sort of just like a fun thing to add. Doesn't really affect the rest of the game. Just like all these, you know, boss fight items don't affect anything. Even the secret boss in this game, I don't think you need to like. Yeah, I don't think you lose out on anything. All you do lose out on is just like a special item that might have lore attached to it, you know, and that's really as much as you're gonna get.
And it's Lubella, back again for round 2. But this time though, she's a lot more aggressive. She does basically all the same attacks, but now they all have like different stages to them. They hit multiple times now. And on top of that, the stage is a lot smaller. There's death pits on each side now. And again, just to add more difficulty to the challenge, the stage actually becomes smaller halfway through the fights. And at that point, it's a lot easier to get knocked off or even accidentally roll off the edge yourself if you're standing a little bit too close to it. So you basically need to be somewhere very close to the middle to be able to roll without fear of falling off. I feel like I won't have another chance to show this off, but I really wanted to show off the concept art of Lubella. I really like how it's drawn. Lubella already sort of looks like a demonic kind of like creature. She's very monstrous, and I think the concept art for her reflects that, like in its art style, you know? Like it looks like it's drawn by like freaking Slender Man, you know? Like it's all scratchy and stuff like that.
That's pretty funny. It does look like that. Look, that is a cool design though. I want, again, like it was all changed. Her design obviously was changed. She was made to be like 50 feet tall, and I don't think she has that big hole in her stomach anymore. Or maybe she does, and we just don't see it. I have no idea. We never see Lubella from the chest down. So we don't really know what she looks like. Even when you find the sprites, you could find the sprites, and like, yeah, it's like she just turns into a blob, like below her chest. She turns into a blob. That's all.
Really cool. The most prominent feature, of course, of this concept art is the big I don't know, mouth on her stomach with like the tongue sticking out. It's very creepy. Perhaps that was an idea that was supposed to be in play. Maybe she like was much bigger in the original game. I mean, she's big now, but I mean like in terms of like story wise, like a bigger involvement in the story. But yeah. That's pretty cool. But yeah, unfortunately though, this would be the last time we'll see Lubella. Turns out this she doesn't have that big of a part to play in this story. But once you do beat her, she does start exploding. It kind of reminds me of when you beat a boss in like an old SNES game or something, you know, like Mega Man. That's probably where it came from now that I'm saying it out loud. But before we see how this whole thing plays out, Kaho dies.
Oh, big shock. She dies. I'm sure Lubella was a bigger part of the story, for sure. Again, like, I'm sure lots of concepts are, like, thrown out there as these games are developed. And, like RDN said, there's going to be a lot more story. I'm guessing Lubella was probably going to play a larger part in the storyline, but, or for whatever reason, that didn't work out.
But not really, because Lubella, in her last-ditch effort to defeat...
I left in my voice crack because I thought that was funny. I didn't give a fuck when I was making this video.
Kaho would hit her with one more spell that would turn her into a cat. So perhaps Lubella really did get the last laugh. Or at least that's what I would say if this cat form wasn't so useful. This whole thing actually helps us realize some of Lubella's powers, or at least this one power, her power to turn people into cats. If you think back at when we were in the subterranean grave, we saw those cat people, and when you killed them, they would fade out of existence in a very unique manner compared to other enemies. They would just be erased, kind of, and that's sort of like an erasing effect. If you recall, in our first fight with Lubella, after she decides to run away, the way she escapes is she gets erased in a similar manner. She does this little effect that like sweeps over her body, and then she disappears, you know? And on top of that, when you die as the cats, you fade out exactly in the same manner as Lubella and those cat people. So
this is such a cool detail that, like, yeah, like all these things cursed by Lubella all like, they all like, or in the case of Lubella, she fades out, but like when you die, they do this weird like, yeah, fade out effect, which I think is a really cool detail.
So basically what I'm trying to say is that Lubella has the power to turn people into cats. She's the reason why those cat enemies were there. She's the reason why those people that like look like cats, sort of. We'll meet some other ones later on, but she must have been a big fan of cats, I guess. So what's...
I do wonder if Lubella is the source of all the cat people in the universe of Momodora. That'd be pretty funny, because as we do learn from Momodora 5, there is Cereza Liz, who's also a cat person. She has the cat ears. She has the Neko Mimi mode. And I know for a fact that, or I don't know for a fact, I'm pretty sure at the when you're cursed by Lubella and you have those cat ears attached to your head, I'm pretty sure that just becomes like a permanent gene in your DNA, in your DNA. And any children you have down the line will now have a chance to like have those cat ears, which I think is really funny.
What's so useful about the cat form anyway? Well, in terms of its upsides, you can jump higher, there's no landing lag.
I explained this too. Why did I explain this? Why does anybody need to learn what the cat can do? It's just it's a cat. It can do cat things.
And you can move faster. But that's all at the cost of not being able to use active items. You can't use your bow and arrow anymore, and you can't climb ladders. Luckily, Kaho can still use relief attacks though, which still do the same amount of damage as they normally do. And plus, we can finally squeeze into those smaller passageways that we've seen before. Oh look, it's a Horn Mother. This is actually an Easter egg for a webcomic made by Dan Kim called A Himahorn's Daily Life.
Oh my gosh, yeah. This was actually what kicked off the entire like the Himahorn's Daily Life is what kicked off my interest in making like these longer form essay type videos, I guess. Because at the time when I was playing Momodora 4 for like 80th time, I guess, I always saw this little guy in this little area, and I just kept wondering, like, what is this thing about? So I looked it up, and people found out that, like, yeah, it's a reference to a webcomic made by Dan Kim. And I looked into it, and I really liked it. And that led me to reading another webcomic by Dan Kim called Nana's Everyday Life. And Nana's Everyday Life is pretty fucking tragic. It's a tragic story. Oh my gosh, it's such a sad story. And that's what inspired me to make a video about it, and thus led to the Momodora videos, of course. But man, I kind of want to talk about Himahorn's daily life, because there's lots of I guess like lore behind it as well, like in terms of like the story. Unfortunately, Dan Kim doesn't really draw that often anymore. They sometimes have like little spouts of drawing every now and then, but they mostly post pictures of food and cars, and they repost a lot of VTuber HoloLive stuff. That's basically their interest these days. I'm not sure what Dan Kim does, but he might be like super rich now, because he has like a really like fancy car. I'm not much of a car person, but his car is like really fancy, and all his meals look very, very high quality. I know Dan Kim did work on the Dead Space remake, which I thought was really cool. So I don't know, maybe I have no idea what he does though. But yeah, I really like Dan Kim's work. He has lots of really silly little comics. I think one comic has a crazy ending. There's this one comic, fuck, what was the name of it? There's this one comic where it's about these two girls. I think they live together. I'm not sure, and like the comic went on for a long time, and I think, and it's mostly like a comedy thing and all that. But the craziest thing about this comic is that, like, I think by the end of it, I think the way he ends it is that I think the way he ends the comic is that the two main characters, and I think their daughter, because by that point in the story they had like a daughter, I guess. I think by that point in the story they're like working in an office, and like, yeah, they're working in an office, and they're obviously in an office on a very high floor of some particular building, and you can probably see where it's going, but they're working. And then in the background, I think they see a plane coming towards them. And, well, you know what happens. Okay, there's two towers, there's a plane, you know, use your imagination. Okay, we all know what happens. And that's how it ends. It just ends like that. It ends with them dying as victims of the 9/11 attack. That's a crazy way to end the comic, isn't it? But they have lots of really weird, wacky stuff like that on their websites. And Himahorn's Daily Life is pretty great. I like it. It's short. It's tragic as well. It has some tragic scenes in it. They're really interesting. I have at the beginning of my Nana's Everyday Life video, I kind of give like a short rundown on Himahorn's Daily Life, and it's fascinating. I did purchase something from Dan Kim. He has on his websites you can buy like an original book he wrote, and some postcards and a original piece of hand drawn art I ordered that. It never got to me. That was about 4 or 5 months ago, I want to say. It never did end up reaching me, so there's that. Let's move on.
I released a video talking about another piece of Dan Kim's work, but I did talk about these little guys in the intro, so if you're at all interested in that, then I'll be sure to link that in the description below. Anyway.
I never did link in the description below. I completely forgot to do that. Oh well.
We can leave now, and when we get back to the surface, we'll find a cat sphere, which allows Kaho to transform between the cat and her human form at will. And with that, we're basically done with this place. I know we didn't pick up a crest piece, but the cat form allows us to get a crest piece from a different location. I'll be picking that up later, but for now, I want to move on to our next location. So we can actually go back here and up this path, and we'll actually find an elevator. But before we leave, we can actually head over here first and have our final interaction with Ascorn. He's finally found the grave of his wife, Cecilia. But she's not here though. We can't talk to him, and all we can do is leave him alone for now. If we were to return though, we'd find Ascorn is gone now, and instead, all we would see would be some flowers and Ascorn's robe sitting on top of Cecilia's tombstone. So where did he go? Well, RDN would actually mention in another Steam discussion thread that he heads out to continue his search for his wife. She might not be in Karst Kingdom anymore, but he plans to keep looking for her in the world of the living, or even the underworld if he has to. He knows that she's somewhere out there, and doesn't seem like he's prepared to give up just yet. And that's basically it for this area. We can take the elevator.
That's the end of Ascorn's story as well. Yeah, that's the end of his storyline in this game. Again, it's very short. They don't explain what happens. They leave it up to your imagination. But that's about it for him. He just came to look for his wife. He couldn't find her. And he keeps looking. That's really it. That's pretty much it. Maybe we'll learn more in Ardian's next game. Who knows?
And to the right is our next major location. But first, I want to go up here. Here we can find a bunny florist. She really doesn't do much besides offer us rewards for collecting ivory bugs. Ivory bugs, as I mentioned before, is a collectible you could find around the world of Momodora 4. The more you collect, the more valuable the item she'll trade with you is. We'll be revisiting her again pretty soon, just before we finish the game. One other thing I want to mention is that there's a very small chance, I'm not sure what the chances are, but there's a very small chance when you enter this room, a frog will appear at the edge of this pond. It's just a random frog. I don't know exactly what it's about, but my guess,
I've never seen anybody else mention this frog. I found it by complete chance. I was playing, and just by complete chance, I noticed this because it looked so unusual. Like, and when I say it looked unusual, I mean like, it looked like it was out of place. I think my mind subconsciously understood that that wasn't normally there. I've never seen anybody else mention this frog. At least I don't think I have. And in the moments I say that might be a reference to this game called Kiro Blaster, but I think I was way off. I think it was literally just a frog for fun. I don't think it was a reference to anything.
my guess is that it's a reference to Kiro Blaster. Kiro Blaster is a game developed by Daisuke Amaya, better known as Pixel, his pseudonym.
Get it, Pixel? Like, he turned into pixels. Several pixels, not singular.
He's also well known for being the sole developer behind the game Cave Story, and I know RDN is a major fan of Pixel, and Cave Story especially, so my best guess, it's a Kiro Blaster reference.
No, that's probably not right. I think it's I think literally, like, it might have just been, he might have just added it for fun. I really think that's it. I don't think it's a reference to anything. I think he just added it for fun, and that's it. Another thing I want to mention here, because this is actually a really good view of it, but notice how, like, there's something I feel like I could talk about this at some points, but I want to do more research. But I've noticed the difference between, I guess, quote unquote, like, true pixel games and pixel games. I was playing River City Girls, and that's a pixel game, technically, but not a true pixel game. It's, it doesn't adhere to the laws of pixel games of old times, okay? it uses like the benefits of modern I guess game developments with the old art style. And that's really what's happening with games like River City Girl or Dead Cell. You know, it's pixel because it uses a pixel arts aesthetic, but it's not really a true pixel arts game. Momodora, I'm not sure if it's a true pixel arts game, but it looks like it, because notice you're never gonna find a scene in Momodora, at least as far as I know, as far as my testing has gone, where the pixels don't always line up perfectly. Look at Kaho's sprites. It lines up perfectly with all these other like little like pixels. I hate how the screen goes, like how it does that. I wish it didn't do that, so I could just highlight the things I want to highlight. But basically, like look at this section here. This is a Kaho sprites. This is background sprite, background sprites. Background sprite. Well, when I say sprite, I mean pixel. Background pixel, background pixel, background pixel, Kaho pixel. You know, it all lines up. There's never there's never a moment where you don't see it lining up. I feel like this is a weird thing to talk about, but like you can see here with the fog as well. The fog is constantly moving. Oh wait, maybe I can get a good view of that.
The sole development.
Look how like fog is constantly moving, but it never gets off pixel. It always stays on pixel. It never, like, it always has to jump to pixel. It doesn't slowly drag over. It has to like jump, because this game is like, the game's graphics are like on like a permanent grid, which is something you don't really see that often. I don't think. Maybe you do, and I just haven't noticed it. I mean, to be fair, I didn't realize that like a game like River City Girls wasn't true pixel arts until recently. And to be honest, Dead Cells is obviously not a true pixel art game. It's very easy to tell, but I think it's interesting to talk about the difference. I kind of want to look more deeper into it. Maybe I could give a more in-depth do a more in-depth conversation about it. But it's interesting because if you look at the pixels very closely, they always adhere to the grid. Okay, the grid is God. Grid is God. Gritty God.
Developer behind the game Cave Story, and I know RDN is a major fan of Pixel and Cave Story especially.
You can even see it in this. Okay, this isn't about Momodora, I know, but I mean it's close. It's close enough. It's in the video. Like as I scroll through the video, look at this swinging pots of roses. You can see it always adheres to the grid. The grid is king, is God, it's God, and it's you'll never see it leave the grid. It's all the pixels are going to be adhering to the grid as it moves. You can see it never leaves the grid. It stays there no matter what. And everything, even when I'm transforming here from the cat to Kaho, you can see that even the little effect is on the grid. It never breaks the rules. It's always on the grid. And this might be a stupid thing to talk about. I know this is a Momodora 4 video commentary, but this is interesting to me. Maybe it's not too interesting. Anyway, let's move on.
My best guess, it's a Kira Blaster reference. Up here will lead back to Car City. We can use the guardian key to open up this door, but as I said before, we're instead going to go over here, which will lead to our next major location, Cinder Chambers, a fiery labyrinth that will lead to the lowest points we can get to in Car's Kingdom. Through an item description from a Cinder key we can find down here, we can learn that the Cinder Chambers was meant to store sensors, but it would have been partially burned down and locked up to prevent further casualties. Unfortunately, there isn't really much down here. There's a couple things I could mention.
There really isn't much in Cinder Chambers. This was the least interesting place to explore because there's really nothing. There's nothing here. It's really empty. There's there's really just a boss fight. That's pretty much it.
But overall, it might be the shortest section of this entire video. The spider from the beginning of the game is here. Like I said before, if you didn't kill him, he'll be here to sell you some stuff. The drilling
wanna buy.
Arrows are especially useful. I like using those a lot. And I guess the other thing I could mention is the black chest here. So the reason I bring up this black chest is because the black chest has always been a thing in Momodora since Momodora 2. Originally, it was added as a reference to Chrono Trigger. It was just a random black chest you can find, and you could never open it. It was locked. Who knows if there's anything inside? I don't think there was, but if there was something inside, I don't think anybody even knows what that is. Not even RDN. I don't think RDN even knew. It was a real Scott Cawthon, the locked box scenario, you know? He would add the black box to Momodora 3 as well, but this one you could open, but only after a certain time of day. I think it was after like 7 p.m. you can open it, I think. And it gave you money, so there was something there. And now in Momodora 4, it's back again, but this time it's a bad guy. I like to think this is just like a running gag, like the black chest will always be there, but it does something a little bit different every single time, and now this time it's trying to kill you.
You know, I thought that was the case at the time, but as I was exploring Momodora 5, I couldn't find the black chest anywhere. So maybe it wasn't a running gag. Maybe it was just a coincidence that every game had a black chest that did something like entirely unique. It might have just been a coincidence, because Momodora 5 doesn't have it at all, or at least I couldn't find it if it was there. But I don't think Momodora 5 had a black chest.
Anyway, that's pretty much it for this section. There isn't much here. The next part would be the boss, but since this section was so short, I kind of want to use this as an opportunity to talk about the more behind the scenes stuff of the game. What people may not know is that Momodora 4 was a Patreon funded game. It was a Patreon supported game.
Look at this old ass page of Patreon. God damn, I forgot it looked like this. I remember when Patreon first launched. And I remember it was kind of this has nothing to do with Momodora, so I'll keep this short. But I remember like at the time when Patreon launched, this is when YouTubers and stuff like that wanted to make some extra cash, and there was this big stigma of getting your followers to like pay YouTubers to support them, and if you were one of those YouTubers who like asked for more money, you were like a bad guy, you know. Of course, things have changed a lot since then. Now you're stupid if you don't try to, you know, get as much money as you possibly can. Now it's like, now you're just wasting opportunity, I guess.
You could see here in this very old image of Patreon, they were only making a couple $100 a month. It wasn't much, but this is how they funded the game, and through this we actually saw lots of behind the scenes images and videos of the game's developments, which honestly isn't that foreign of a thing for RDN. He's always been very open about his game's developments, but for Momodora 4 we have quite a bit of images of the game's progression. Here's an early, well, maybe not too early developments of the...
Look at the text box. It's so different looking. Wow. That's cool looking.
area we meet Kath in. You can see it looks a little bit different. So that's pretty cool. Here's a fun one. This is RDN or somebody on the team, who knows, and they're showing off the bone physics, and I like me a good bone physics.
Stupid.
Luckily, these things did make it into the game. Bone physics was preserved, so we will see more bone physics later. Here's an early version of the Lubella fights. The text font is a little bit different. So that's pretty cool.
Well, one thing that's interesting about this image is that it looks like that the little name at the bottom, it looks like it's reflected in the water, like it was meant to like be like a physical item in the world, you know, and you'd see its reflection in the water. I wonder if that was the idea at one point, because you can clearly see that like that's the bottom of the L and this is the bottom of the U, or bottom of the, or no, is that the top? No, that's the bottom, right? Yeah, that's the bottom of the, Yeah. These like the bottoms of the letter, so it's reflected. Yeah. You can see the Y is upside down as well. Yeah, that's so weird. I wonder if that was like intentional. And like, there's a no item box as well. The item box would have been here. Lots of things look different, of course. Yeah.
And it does look like she's doing a different attack here.
This is definitely a different attack. Does not show up in the game as far as I know.
I don't think this is an attack she does. I don't remember it. I don't think this is an attack she does, so this must have been...
I think that was an editing mistake I did. I must have left in like a different take by mistake, but it doesn't really matter. It just sounds like I'm just speaking casually, which is what this scene is, which is actually what this part is actually. I think the script here was relatively like loose at this point. I kind of wanted to share some of these things. I don't think I had any like proper sentences written out, so that's why it's a bit more. It sounds a bit more human, I guess, or I guess. Yeah, more human, not necessarily human, but more human.
A different
more human
attack they had planned for her to do, but it was either changed or removed, maybe. I don't know. One thing about the Patreon, though, is that when you go down to the bottom of the page here, you can see that it says if you support, you'll get access to a bunch of extra features, but you also get access to alpha builds of the game. And I'm very curious of what's in these alpha builds. I'd be so interested in seeing that footage or playing it myself, but I don't know if these exist anymore. But it is very interesting.
I don't think these alpha builds exist anymore. I think they really are lost media. Does that count as lost media? Like, they existed online at one point. Like, these Patreon users could have downloaded them, and they should have been on some people's computers, and unless they've uploaded it before, like, somewhere, then they might be completely lost. Like, just completely gone, which is so unfortunate. I don't know if they exist, because I'm pretty sure I went out of my way to try to find some when I was making this, but I couldn't find any. Which is really, yeah, unfortunate. I wish I could find that.
One other thing I want to show off is the developer room. The developer room in this game is only accessible once you've explored 100% of the map, and it would of course introduce us to all the major developers of the game. RDN would of course be leading development in this game. He would have a hand in basically all the aspects of the game, from programming to the arts and animation, and I think even a little bit in the music as well. One thing that's interesting about RDN Studio exists under service is that it works from programming to the arts and animation, and I think even a little bit in the music as well. One thing that's interesting about RDN Studio, Bomb Service, is that it works a little bit differently than what you'd expect from a more traditional studio. Basically, RDN met a bunch of people way back in the day, and they all kind of collectively exist underneath the Bomb Service label. RDN has said that there isn't exactly members, but it's really more about who's just interested or available to help work on a project. In this case, we'd have RDN, of course, and as I said, he'd have a hand in basically all the aspects of the game. But you also have PKBT, who did help with programming the game.
These are like all people who have like stuck around with the games like since like the beginning. Like I will talk about PKBT more in like the next video, I'm pretty sure. Or which one do I talk about him more? I think I talk about PKBT more in Momodora 2's video. But PKBT has been in like every single game. He's worked on every game basically to some extent. I think the one he had the least involvement in was Momodora 1. But still, like, he had some involvement in every game. And PKBT is very elusive.
Hernan Zhao with art and animation. And as I said before, we have Notorious Knave, who would be in charge of making the game soundtrack. There's also Therns. They didn't do anything for this game, but they seem happy to be here. Although they did make this piece of art which was used for a Steam trading card. So they did do something. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Once we get to the lowest point on the map here, this is actually the lowest point we can get to in Karst Kingdom. Once you move over here to the right, you'll notice some commotion coming from the next room, and Kath will make her appearance again. But we actually catch her in the middle of a fight between her and the heretical arsonist, which is the boss of Cinder Chambers. There really isn't much about this character here. She doesn't really even have a name. It's more of a description, you know, the heretical arsonist. But I do have a theory that maybe she's the one responsible.
There really is nothing about this character. Like I said in the video, their name is heretical arsonist. It's like, that's not even a name. It really is just a description of a person. And all this I'm about to say is just my speculation. That's really all it is, just my speculation. I can't find any information about this character. It really is just a cool design RDM liked. He wanted to implement it, and this is how he went about implementing it. There might be some lore, but I don't think a single person has asked him about it yet.
With a fire that took place in the Cinder Chambers. We know that at least one person died, and that's why it was locked up. Maybe she was the one that started it, and maybe she was the one that also died from it too. We know from Ascorn that the people of Kars have begun to lose their faith in their religion, so I could easily imagine someone trying to sabotage the Cinder Chambers as a way to get back at the religious groups of Kars Kingdom. So maybe she died and got turned into the spirits. And this would also make sense as to why she's fighting Kath, because Kath is a Nidus for Karst, and we would learn later that the
Oh my gosh, this is a good theory though. I'm proud of this theory. This is a good theory. I think this lines up really good.
Crown of Karst did work closely with the religious groups of Karst Kingdom. So to the heretical arsonist, Kath, and the religious groups of Karst are one of the same. But really, I don't know for sure. That's just a theory of mine.
I like that theory. That seems pretty good. I don't know. I'm hanging on to that one. Oh man. That's okay. Enough of that. Let's move on.
But after you do beat her, she does explode. You know, fittingly, she explodes because yeah. Okay. Kath approaches Kaho
It's pretty funny.
Afterwards and thanks her for the assistance. She would even ask Kaho if she was hurt, which I think is really cute. And it seems like at this point, Kath probably doesn't see Kaho as being so helpless anymore, now that she's seen firsthand how one fights with a sacred leaf. She would then ask Kaho if she was willing to listen to her for a moment. She'd tell Kaho that she's suspicious of the strange things happening in Karst Castle, that the queen she once served has turned into a morbid figure. Kath would reveal that anything under the direct control of the queen has been lost, and that she decided to desert her order of knights. She'd then propose that they both take down the queen together. She would then explain to Kaho that they would need to collect 4 crest pieces to gain access to the castle. And after that, we can leave towards the right to get the next crest piece. But there is an extra bit of dialogue here if we kept talking to Kath. After talking to her a couple times, she'd get a little flustered and tell Kaho that maybe once this is all done, they could hang out sometime, and I think that's really adorable. So the Kaho and Kath ship is canon. That's the most important piece of information we've learned, I think. Anyway,
It is really cute. That's really cute that they probably actually liked each other. Well, at least Kath liked Kaho. Kaho never speaks. As far as I know, Kaho just likes leaves. That is really cute. If things worked out more in the end, maybe they could have been a happy family.
we can get the crest piece here, and this allows Kaho to air dodge. And with that all said and done, we can climb back up the Cinder Chambers, and we'll find an exit here that'll lead to the tallest ladders in the world.
This joke goes on for too long. I know that's the point of the joke when I was making it, because it's like the Metal Gear thing and the music and all that. But this joke went on for too long. It doesn't need to be like 5 minutes long. It doesn't need to be this long.
But we don't want to be here just yet, so let's head back down.
I mean, it is kind of funny a little bit. If it makes me laugh, then I'm happy with it.
We'll actually be returning to the Sacred Ardalia Grove. The reason for this is because I want to pick up the crest piece that I mentioned earlier. On the way back though, I want you to take note of this windmill. It's asking for an item, but we don't have that yet. We can't do anything with this yet, but it'll come into play later. Just keep it in the back of your mind for now. Kaho would also encounter another obstacle in the form of a mini-boss. There isn't much to this guy. He's just a knight who's probably under the influence of the curse. He's pretty fun to fight, and at this point he shouldn't pose much of a threat. Here's what the fight would normally look like though. But if you manage to get the sparse thread from the Frida fight though, it makes this mini-boss hilariously simple.
That is pretty simple. You sure are right, commentary guy.
Kaho would also run into that stranger we met before, and she'd finally introduce herself this time. Her name is Eri. Kaho would tell her about her mission, and Eri would share her feelings of hopelessness for the people of Karst, believing that their fate was sealed from the very beginning. Regardless of how you respond, she'll tell you that she plans to retreat to the forest.
You know, according to the wiki, supposedly that how you respond here changes her dialogue later, but I never was able to confirm that at all. I played the entire game like twice over for the sole purpose of saying yes or no, saying yes for the first playthrough and no on the second. And I never noticed any change besides her initial response to your yes or no. Later on, her dialogue stays the same regardless of what you choose. At least I'm pretty sure. I keep doubting myself, but I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same. The wiki says that changes, but I can never find what changed besides the initial response. So I'm not too sure what the wiki is referring to.
Because she believes it'll be protected by the Queen's curse. I guess she doesn't know yet that the curse has already spread way past the forest by this point, but let's not tell her that. Anyway, once we make it back to this point, we'll find a little tunnel we passed by earlier in the game that should now be accessible with our cat form. We'll walk through this electric thing, and now we're in Fort Seal. Honestly, I couldn't find anything about this place. As far as I can tell, this is never mentioned by anyone, and I can't find any reference to it in any of the other games. My best guess is that this isn't really a new location. I don't think it's some weird spirit version of our world. I think it might be Kaho projecting herself into a different time period. I feel like that would explain why Kaho is slightly transparent, while all the monsters aren't, because I think she would just be a visitor in this instance. Plus, the layout of this room doesn't even change. Would that just be a coincidence? I feel like my headcanon for this place is that it's just a time travel thing. That's my best guess.
I do think it's a time travel thing. I still think that, because I don't think, because it wouldn't be a new location. Why would it be a new why would this new location have the exact same layout as the world you just exited, assuming it is a new location, you know? So my assumption is that it's the same location, which is why the layout is is exactly the same. There's very small differences, but differences that could exist had this, if this is a different time period. You know, land doesn't change that much. I mean, it changes over the course of like thousands of years, of course, but for the most part, land is going to be basically the same. In different time periods. So that would explain why the land doesn't change. Again, I'm not convinced this is like a different world you're exploring. I'm thoroughly convinced that this is just a different time period. And again, I do think this is just a Kaho projection. Again, no other monsters are being projected. It's just Kaho. It's just Kaho. Every other monster here is here in the moment, I'm pretty sure, and Kaho is not. It's never been explained. This place has never been explained. Nobody's ever asked RDN about this place. It's just, that's just my guess.
Also, I really like how the music sounds in this place. It really does sound like somebody's just, like blowing into the mic.
I'm almost convinced that that's exactly what's happening in this track. It really does sound like just somebody going
Also, one fun detail I noticed is that I think this is the only place where we can see Kaho's breath. So yeah, it must be a pretty chilly place. Anyway, Forest Seal is pretty short. There is a new enemy here that'll try to stab us with these ice shards, and generally the whole place is pretty dense with enemies, so we'll need to be a bit more careful here. We'll eventually find the crest piece here at the end, and this one will grant Kaho the ability to warp to certain bells. Nothing else is here, so we can just leave now. On our way out though, we'll run into Eri once again. By this point, Eri would realize that the curse has not only spread to Kaho's village, but has also spread far beyond that now. And Eri would simply apologize for Kaho's loss. And normally this would probably be the end of Eri's story for most people, but we will revisit her once more, just to have one more interaction with her. For now though, we can go to our final location to explore, before we start heading towards Karst Castle, and that's the Forlorn Monastery. My personal favorite location in the game. On our way back, we're running into this man.
Man, there's so much to say about the Forlorn Monastery. This is my favorite part of the game, and let me tell you, this guy right here, I'm not sure if he's real. I have a theory. I don't know if he's real. I'm almost half convinced that this guy is entirely fake. He's not actually there, or rather, he is there, but he's not a human. I'll explain in a bit.
His name is Paramol. After Ascorn, Paramol will be the last male character we'll ever meet in this entire game. Is there a lore reason why there's only 2 male characters that exist in this game? Nope. RDN would just have an easier time coming up with female characters. In an interview, he would say, "I think girls are cool. There isn't much more to it, to be honest." He'd explain that designing characters was a very natural process for him. He would think of a character, start drawing, and then suddenly a girl shows up. A real Yoko Taro, if you ask me.
But the biggest reason is that I just really like girls.
Anyway, Paramol would instantly be skeptical of Kaho, but would quickly realize that she didn't seem to be a threat. He'd tell her that in the kingdom's current state, it would be really difficult to reach the castle. He'd suggest that she go and see his master within the monastery, that she'll be able to guide her in the right direction. Also that she likes cats. This is Forlorn Monastery. This is the church of the dominant religion of Karst Kingdom, or rather it was at one point. You'll encounter a few nuns within the monastery. This one would even tell you that you can be saved from eternal damnation simply by donating to Saint Celine. Can't blame them. The economy must be pretty tough with this pesky curse turning everyone into horrific spirits. Cost them the 15 monies and now you've achieved salvation. Nice job. So what's the deal with this church and who's Saint Celine? Well, Celine is one of presumably many gods that they worship, but it does seem like Celine is its main figure. The nuns would explain that they've become a minority ever since the queen propagated destruction.
Actually, what's interesting is that I've always had this theory that Saint Celine is the same character, the same god that we meet in Momodora 5, who is of course named Celine. And I don't know if I mentioned it in this video, but the religions that existed in Lun Village and Koho Village, and the religion that exists in Karst Kingdom, they both spawned from the same religion. There was a base religion where it all started, I guess, and then as that became popular, it splintered, I guess. It splintered out. And one of those ended up becoming the religion that is now practiced in Koho Village or Lun, and the other splinter is what ended up here in Karst. And my idea is that perhaps this Celine or Celine, whatever, was one of the gods they worshipped in the base religion. But as they splintered, of course the matriarchal religion of Koho or Lun would completely like ignore Celine and would focus more on like Luna, the goddess of the moon. Whereas Karst, when it forgets about Celine, they'd keep worshiping him and then refer to him as Celine. I've always had the theory that they must be the same. They must be, well, not must be, that they could be the same, simply because of the name. That's really as far as it goes. It's just the name. Well, not just because of the name, because they also spawn from the same base religion. They spawn from the same, these two religious groups spawn from the same religion, and they both have these figures that share a very similar name. That's my assumption. I did actually toss this theory to RDN, and he didn't confirm anything for me. He just said that that I might have been onto something. He didn't say yes or no, but that I might have been onto something. I don't think that confirms anything. I think that's I think he was just going like, nice theory, idiot. Oh, okay. Oh, big man over here thinks he knows everything. Oh, okay. Hope you feel good about yourself. That's how I interpreted it. I'm kidding, of course. I'm joking. Anyway, let's move on.
Causing their people to lose their faith to the church. One interesting fact to note is that the dominant religion of Lund Village and Kar's kingdom are
Oh yeah, here we go. I think I mentioned it here. Jesus Christ.
different, but were likely one of the same at one point in history. Over time, they would branch out into different directions and become their own distinctive beliefs, sharing only some similarities. In the next room, we'll run into this woman in a long dark blue dress. Speaking to her reveals that she's aware of Lubella's death, and that she feels it was the gods answering their prayers. She'd expressed disappointment that many of the church followers are going against the queen's wishes, that it's a disgrace to their lord. She'd insist that the queen's kindness knows no bounds, that she'd even be willing to protect a heretic from Lund Village such as Kaho. This is Choir. She's a pretty interesting character, but she doesn't do much for now, so we'll come back to her soon.
Choir is one of my favorite characters in this game. Choir and partner Fennel. Oh my gosh, I love the little story that's told between Choir and partner Fennel. It's one of my favorite things in this game. Oh my gosh, it's so small, but it really shows like how good of a story. Again, it's a small story, but it really goes to show like that RDN has the capability of telling these really nice small stories if you really wanted to.
Here's a room we found earlier. Going down the ladders will of course take us to Cinder Chambers, but going up these ladders and up this elevator will lead us to a locked door and a room with a unique monster. This monster doesn't appear anywhere else in the game, and it has a unique ability to heal itself when its health gets too low. Another interesting quirk about this enemy is that it's one of the very few non-boss enemies that doesn't respawn. Once you kill him, he's pretty much gone forever. My only guess as to why this is the case.
This is stupid of me to say. This is not a reference. I'm pretty sure this is another thing that RDN included just because he thought it was fun. That's all. I don't think it's a reference. I made too many assumptions that these must have been references. I think it really is just a cool thing he added just for fun.
Is that it might be another Dark Souls reference. Dark Souls also has stronger uncommon enemies that wouldn't respawn upon death, such as the Fang Boar and...
I mean, it might not be a reference, but it could be inspired by, because this is a thing in Dark Souls. Look at him fly. Look at the guy fly. Because this is a thing in Dark Souls. Like, there is these stronger enemies that aren't common enemies. They're uncommon, but when they get killed, they'll never come back. So it could be inspired from Dark Souls, because again, he's obviously a fan of Dark Souls and Bloodborne, especially Bloodborne for this game in particular. But so maybe it's inspired by, but a reference is probably the wrong word I used.
Undead perish. In case you're curious about the other enemy that doesn't respawn, well, I'm not even too sure if it's...
This is definitely just... I'm convinced that this is just not bug, but like an oversight on RDN's parts. Because yeah, this enemy just disappears after you do what? Explain it me.
It's intentional, to be honest. Way back here, before we fight Lubella Dim for the first time, we can find this witch hanging out here in the corner. You can kill her all you want and she'll keep respawning. However, after your fight with the night mini-boss, you can return to this place and she's just gone.
Right, yeah, after you fight the night mini-boss, specifically when you fight the knights, that's when she disappears.
I don't know if this is intentional.
My guess, my guess is that's what happens. This is coming from somebody who has no knowledge of like programming or game design. But this is my guess. This room is entirely different from the room we just from this room we're in right now is entirely different from this room. They're the same room technically, but I think they're different. And the reason I think that is well, I don't really have a reason. It's just a theory. So I think this room gets swapped out after you fight the night mini boss. Once you fight the night mini boss, the game looks at this room and says, okay, we don't need this room anymore. Swap this out for this room. The changes in this room gets rid of the girl here that's crying and replaces her with this little blood splatter, and it gets rid of that enemy on top. I think happened is it was simply an oversight. I think maybe somebody must have accidentally deleted the witch when they were making this room. That's I don't think this was an intentional change. That's all.
I kind of doubt it. Spawning. However, after your fight with the night mini boss, you can return to this place and she's just gone. I don't know if this is intentional. I kind of doubt it because it just seems odd to me.
Because look, that enemy's still here as well. He's also there, like in the older version of the room. In the first version of this room, he's also there, but he's not gone. Why would that one witch disappear, but this enemy not disappear also? It must be just an oversight.
Maybe it's related to the survivor that was here originally, but
that could be the case too. Good point, me. But I think it's an oversight. That's all.
Now they're missing, and you see blood like where she was at, but I'm just not too sure. I don't want to get too ahead of myself just yet, but I just don't know where else I can mention this. But after you collect all the crest fragments, near the entrance of Kar's kingdom, these two enemies spawn, and they're the only instance that I could find where this is the case. It doesn't seem like any other enemies spawn at this point in the game.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right, me. I don't know then. I really don't know. Maybe it isn't an oversight. Because, I do remember searching around the entire game trying to find more enemies that were added after collecting all the crest fragments. But I think these are really the only two. Just the two enemies. I really don't know. It's just so bizarre. It's strange. I don't really know. I guess the only way I'd be able to find out is if I dug into the game's code maybe, but I don't really know anything about that. I'm just so curious. I'm so curious.
Game. I think it's just these two enemies. So maybe the disappearing enemy wasn't a mistake? I'm just not too sure at all, and maybe these are also references to something else that I'm just not aware of. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too much into it. That might be it. Anyway,
I wish I captured the game better.
There are also references to something.
When I was recording this, I think I was using the wrong scale filtering, because I was recording it via OBS, and OBS allows you to scale filter what you're recording, and I think I was using the wrong one, so the pixels come out a bit blurrier than they could have. Then they could have come out more crispy. Something
else that I'm just not aware.
So it kind of looks a little bit blurry near the edges.
I don't know. Maybe
it also could have been just YouTube's compression.
Maybe I'm just thinking too much into it. That might be it. Anyway, let's move on. We'd explore deeper into the monastery, avoiding these creepy skulls and getting across this weird bridge, which leads to a room with, well, a woman surrounded by cats. This must be the person Paramol was talking about. Upon speaking to her, Kaho would catch her up on her mission. She'd introduce herself as Cotillard, and confirm that the curse that had reached her village does indeed originate from Karst. She'd explain that the queen has been possessed by some malevolent greed, that she's responsible for the many casualties not only in Karst but in other lands too. Suddenly, Cotillard's eyes would begin to glow, and she'd tell Kaho that she should head to the castle, but to not expect kindness from the people there. She helps Kaho by giving her a monastery key. She warns Kaho of the dangers that await her. It's only been a year since the curse has appeared, and in that short time, most of the population of Karst has been wiped out. There's a little bit I want to say about this character, but I'm going to save that for later parts, when it's a bit more relevant. So for now, just keep her in the back of your mind.
The unfortunate part is that I never revisited this. I know I said I was going to, in this video. I was gonna revisit this character, but I never did. The reason for it was that it just didn't feel too relevant, to be honest. I was gonna talk more about this character in Momodora 5 because that's when it became more relevant. But at the same time, though, it wasn't really that important. And the placement of when I'd get the chance to talk about it was after the ending of Momodora 5. And it just feels weird to end Momodora 5 and go like, oh, and by the way, there's this other bit of stuff that doesn't really relate to the story. It's just a kind of a little detail. But what happens basically though is that hey Wizard, how's it going? So basically what happened is that when I was doing my Momodora 5 video, I just decided to not include it because it just didn't play huge parts. The part that I did play though is that the thing that I didn't explain is that Cotillard is actually one of the 12 Magi, which is a concept that exists in the game but isn't really elaborated on. RDN has talked about it before. This is something I wanted to bring up in the Momodora 5 video, but I couldn't really find a good place to put it because it would have just halted the entire video at the very end as well. I didn't want to do it, but he talks about his reference sheet here for the 12 Magi, and he said he wants to include more than one per game if he wants to live to see all 12 realized. And you can see Serena from Momodora 3 is a Magi, is one of the Magis. In fact, she was the original. In fact, Cotillard is a reincarnation of Serena. That's how I figured out she was one of the Magi. And the point of the Magi, look, there's even one in Minoria, which is how they're connected. That's how the games are connected. And this is the one that shows up in Momodora 5, and this is another one that shows up in Momodora 5. I didn't cover it in Momodora 5's video, but the point is, the 12 Magi, the concept behind them is that they're basically the watchers, the watchers of time to make sure things progress as they should. I'm assuming they have some crazy powers. We never see them except for maybe in Momodora 5, but I'm assuming they have some crazy powers, and basically their goal is to make sure things happen as the way they should. And I think this explains our interaction with Cotillard here. She seems to know a lot about everything happening here, as if she already understands how it's supposed to play out. In fact, she even gives Kaho a key to a locked door, a key that we might have never been able to find ourselves. Like, as far as I know, that key would have never been obtainable had it not been for Cotillard. How she has it, I don't know. She just does. So she gives it to Kaho so she can progress on her quest. And again, Cotillard is in charge of keeping things as they should be, as making sure events happen in a certain order. And one of the events that needed to happen was Kaho's confrontation with partner Fennel. And of course, that would have led to her confrontation with the Queen. Okay? It's really interesting. Again, the unfortunate part, though, is that's we never really dig deeper into that. It's never explained in the games, of course. Well, actually, that's not a lie. A lot of that lore information comes from this blue girl here from Momodora 5. She explains everything to Momo, and that's how you find out. But again, not much is done with that information, which is unfortunate because it's such a cool idea. It's such a cool concept, but it's treated more like a bonus thing. Like when we meet this blue girl in Momodora 5, she uses her powers to let Momo travel back in time to do like a boss rush, you know. Unfortunately, that's really all it's used for. She explains a little bit, but that's about it. And there's apparently 12 Magi, so this isn't even like most of them. Well, I guess that is most of them. I'm not sure if Serena counts because Cotillard is a reincarnation, so I'm not too sure if Serena counts as one of the 12. But I'm guessing as once like one of the Magi die or whatever this reincarnation looks like, another one takes its place. So, you know, like I said, Serena from Momodora 3 probably died or whatever, and then was reincarnated as Cotillard. And another clue. This is really old information, so forgive me if I'm messing up here, but Ardian has said that Serena specifically, this is before he talked more about the 12 Magi. He said specifically, Serena is like I think he said like a Gandalf figure from Lord of the Rings. I've never seen Lord of the Rings, and I did a little bit of research at the time, so my memory's a bit foggy about what Gandalf's whole deal was. But from what I remember, Gandalf is sort of like somebody who knows. Who has this ability that I just described about the 12 Magi. He has this ability to see the events that are supposed to take place. I'm not sure if that's accurate. Again, I'm just trying to recall from memory, but I'm pretty sure that's something Gandalf could do, at least in the books or some shit like that. I apologize if I'm not getting that right, but I'm pretty sure that was part of it. So that was like an early clue of what the 12 Magi were. And again, it goes to show that like Ardian seems to have shit written down. He's been consistent for the most parts. It's just, these are never explored, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, this is something I couldn't really fit into my Momodora 5 video, because even though I just told you all of that, it's like, it doesn't really change anything, It changed the context of this scene specifically, but if I was gonna mention it, I probably should have mentioned it in this video, or at least in my Momodora 3 video, maybe. But I couldn't really mention it in my Momodora 5 video because it had to have happened after the events of the game, after the credits, and it just seemed like a weird part to put it. I guess I could have moved it up a bit, but at the same time, it feels weird to talk about this like random thing that happens after the end credits in Momodora 5, So yeah, that's the explanation. Really interesting, but it's never really deeply explored, unfortunately. All right, let's move on. Oh no! Oh, I lost my place. Fuck.
Series that I've been watching.
Okay, let's go back to it. How far are we in this video? God damn, really far. Hour? No, more? Hour, 6 minutes? Okay, here we go. Hour, here we go. This is close enough.
Kaho would catch her up on her mission. She'd introduce herself as Cotillard and confirm that the
Oh yeah, and Paramol. I don't think Paramol is real. I think Paramol was some sort of thing Cotillard conjured up to get Kaho to visit her. Again, to make sure events progressed as they should be. Because, of course, Cotillard is a timekeeper, essentially. She's watching to make sure things stay in line, things happen as they should. And what should be happening is her encounter with the Karst Queen. What happens after that? I guess we don't really know.
curse that had reached her village, suddenly Cotillard, she warns Kaho, I'm going to save that for later parts, when it's a bit more relevant. So for now, just keep her in the back of your mind. One other thing I want to mention about this character though is that previously I mentioned Lubella made it as a cameo in La Mulana 2, but Cotillard also made it in...
Look at that, that's Cotillard. All high definition, amazing. Look, she has cats, and she has those things. What's she saying? You should buy something before you go. Anything you buy here should come in handy. KKK. This is why I was so curious about Lubella's dialogue, because obviously like this dialogue is written like it's coming from Cotillard, even with a KKK. KKK. But again, like I said, Lubella's dialogue has like never been. At least I couldn't find the English version of it. There does exist an English version of Lubella's dialogue in La Mulana 2, but I've just never seen it.
Into La Mulana 2 as a cameo as well, which I think is pretty cool. Also, do you think these are people? Like because of Lubella's shenanigans? Like the cats and all that, you know? Like, I don't know. It just makes me think maybe they're like people.
I think they probably are people. Definitely. I'm convinced they are. Because, I mean, well, I don't know. I just think they are. I really have no reason to think that. But I think I even mentioned it in the video. Like I think Kao got lucky because she got the cat sphere, so she's the only one able to transform out of the cat form. I think these other people, if they are people, I think they're kind of stuck like that. Oops.
That got turned into cats but never found a cat sphere, I guess. It's kind of creepy to think about. Anyway, now that we have a key, we can leave. So what does the key open? Well, it opens that door that we found a little bit ago. And this leads to a bell and our next boss fights. But before we do that, we're going to use our cat ability to get into the secret room and through this small crevice. You'll find a soft tissue. Anyway, let's go into the next room for the boss fights. Also, this fight has 2 references to 2 popular video games. See if you can catch them. The hint is that they're in her animation.
I forgot how I found out about this, but I know Ardian recently mentioned how she does have the Marth neutral air. I forget where else he mentioned it. I know he mentioned it somewhere else, but I forget where. It must have been a Twitter post or something like that. Partner Fennel's one of the most interesting characters, I think, for sure.
This is Partner Fennel, a loyal follower of Saint Esteline, notable for her undying faith in the church and paranoia for those who may threaten to cause further harm to it and its servants. This devotion leads her to assume an outsider like Kaho to be an immediate threat, worried that she may even be aligned with the queen herself. She doesn't care to ask questions before she decides that Kaho needs to be eliminated. This is one of my favorite fights. It has unique music, and I love the dynamic in games where it feels like you're going up against an equal or a reflection of yourself. She doesn't really use any fancy gimmicks or anything too dissimilar to what Kaho can do as well. She has a lightning spell, she takes swings at you with her sword, and she can dash around quickly just like Kaho can with her air dodge, and she can also try and debuff you. It's a pretty even playing field. Well, you know, with the exception that she does way more damage to you and that she takes way more hits to kill, but you know what I mean.
I think, actually, I'll wait for this part to come up, but man, Partner Fennel is so cool. I know I'm kind of gushing over it right now, but the Partner Fennel and the choir story are so great. And I do like that Fennel doesn't realize that Kaho is after the same, her goal is the same as Fennel's, but again, this is part of Fennel's like characteristic. She's supposed to be this paranoid, this paranoid like servant of the church. You know, she isn't willing to listen to anyone at this point, because if she has any doubts that that this person may be like, if there's any doubt that this person is going to be like a threat to the religion, and which is unfortunate because like she didn't need to die. She doesn't need to die, but unfortunately, Kaho is a mute, so she couldn't tell her.
Upon beating Fennel, she'll fall down, and with her final breaths, she'd pray once more to Saint Esteline before magically disappearing. With the fight taken care of, we can go over here and claim our last crest fragments.
She's just dead like that.
This one allows Kaho to charge her bow even further, allowing her to shoot a quick burst of arrows. So what were the references? Fennel's air slash is a reference to Marth's neutral air from Super Smash Bros. And when she buffs her weapon, it looks very similar to how you could do the same in Dark Souls. Anyway, now that we have all the crest pieces, we can go to Kar's castle. But before we do that, let's go visit Choir once more. This time when we speak to her, she'll want to pray for the souls that have departed from this world, for those wasted by the dark. Within her prayer, she'd ask her Lord to have mercy on her sister's soul, so that she may rest in peace. It turns out that Fennel was Choir's younger sister. She's aware of her death, but doesn't know Kaho was the one responsible for it. That is until she notices that we're holding on to that soft tissue that we picked up earlier. That tissue actually belonged to Fennel, and this would all but confirm for Choir that Kaho must have been responsible for her death. She wouldn't say that though, and would simply ask if she could have it. If he handed over, Choir would thank Kaho for it. We can leave the room and come back, and Choir will be missing now. In the next room, we can go down these ladders, and a door previously locked will now be open. Inside this room, we'll find Choir waiting for us.
This is one of the coolest fights in the game, mainly because of how it tells like a story as it's happening. I will say though, the one downside to it, and even Notorious Knave NK agrees, he wishes he made some unique music for this game, for this fight, because it uses a generic boss fight theme, but it deserved more. It deserved more than the generic boss fight theme, and I think even NK realized that. It deserved way more than the generic boss fight theme. Partner Fennel had a unique theme. Choir deserved the same. It's so unfortunate. That's like the one downside to this fight, is that the music is the generic boss fight theme.
Choir would identify Kaho as a threat to the crown. She wouldn't tolerate Kaho's actions anymore, and tells her to pray that her soul will go in peace. Choir is a great boss fight. Unlike her sister, she doesn't bother trying to physically attack you, and instead she'll float around and exclusively use magic to fight you. She barely even moves during her attacks, and it's your job to get past her combination of offensive and defensive spells. Please take note of how organized her spells look too. Everything is symmetrical and consistent. A clear intention can be seen behind her spells. Halfway through the fight, Choir would land on the ground, showing clear signs of injury as she'd grasp her arm in pain. Her spells would become more aggressive, favoring more offensive attacks and foregoing her defensive abilities, and thus a sense of self-preservation. As the fight continues though, Choir's desperation to avenge her sister's death comes out in full view. She'd fall to her hands and knees, looking down at the floor as she banged her fist against it over and over again, praying that her Lord Esteline would show her mercy, knowing that she wasn't going to beat Kaho. Of course, you could tell she's in distress through her body language, but look at her spells. The bubbles or magical circles that would emit from her body aren't as even anymore. They're scattered and disorganized.
This is one of the coolest details about this fight. One of the coolest details is just the small change in how her spells emit. It tells you how she's feeling right now. She's in distress. She's losing. She's angry. She's experiencing something that she's not happy. She knows that something bad is happening, and it's so cool that you can see that in her spells. Again, not just in her dialogue and body language, but the spells as well. It's so cool. It's one of my favorite fights in the game, but I wish it had music. I wish it had its own unique music.
The concentrated barrage of energy she'd summoned from the ceiling isn't as focused anymore. It stutters and isn't nearly as threatening anymore. By this point, Kaho would only need to hit her a couple more times before Choir would accept defeat. She wouldn't say anything though. She'd just keep slamming her fist against the ground repeatedly. Before she disappears in an explosion of magic. She dies knowing that she failed to avenge her sister's death. But is that all there is to it? If you manage to beat Choir without getting hit, she'll drop the soft tissue that you gave her, but now stained with her own blood. The description of it would reveal that Choir, unlike her little sister, wasn't nearly as faithful to their religion. Fennel believed in her faith, and the church and the queen were at one point allies. But that all changed when the queen began her reign of terror. Fennel wasn't afraid to take a stand against the crown, for her faith was far more important to her than anything else. She was likely a big influence on the church as a whole, and that didn't sit right with Choir. Choir held her personal alliance with the queen above her faith, so much so that she didn't like how Fennel and the church spoke of the crown. But did Choir actually believe in the queen? The queen's devastation had begun, but where Fennel's bravery and core principles to never betray her faith held strong, Choir would instead succumb to fear. She betrayed her god, and instead would commit her loyalty to the queen, but likely because she feared the consequences she'd face had she not fell in line. Perhaps Choir had other reasons to stand side by side with the Queen, though. It's not impossible to think that despite her fears, she might have felt that the Queen was doing something right. Things aren't always so black and white after all. At this point, we'll never know what her motivations might have been, but what we do know is the reality that Choir wasn't there for her sister. Perhaps her support would have changed her sister's fates, because remember, Fennel's goals closely aligned with Kaho's, but her blinded paranoia refused to let her realize that. But Fennel was killed, and now Choir, realizing that it's too late to help her little sister anymore, she tries to avenge her death, but she fails. In her final moments of life, we saw her desperation come out in full view. She turned her back on her faith and on her sister, and all she could do now is beg for her God to forgive her, knowing that she had betrayed him too, and now could only hope that he would show her mercy. And that's the end of the story of these two sisters. It's probably the most depressing side story in the whole game. The game never gets explicit about these details, but sometimes it gives you just enough to imagine how these scenarios played out. One common aspect of this game, and really all the Momodora games, is that they disguise themselves with these very cutesy exteriors. But when you think a bit too much about it, the plots and side plots of these games can be pretty tragic. And that's definitely the Madoka influence in effect. Now, before we actually head to the castle, we should visit Cotillard one more time.
Honestly, I don't even know. I feel like I did a relatively fine job explaining that whole bit there. I'm not sure if I could really add anything more when it comes to commentary. I'm really happy with how that turned out, actually. I'm really happy with how that turned out, because, yeah, it's just a tragic story. It's so sad to see that these two sisters, again, completely different, like, well, that's the interesting part, though, because we don't know if Choir really opposed the Queen or not, like, because she thought the Queen was, like, right. It's possible that the Queen, that Choir thought the Queen was in the right, and that this was the right way to go. But it's also possible that she only thought that because she feared the consequences of the Queen. But we never find out. We'd never know. And if we tried to find out, we wouldn't be able to, because Choir's dead, you know? That's a tragic part when characters, and I guess you could apply this to real life as well, is that when people die, then you know, when people die, they're an entire how does the saying go? A library's worth of information is destroyed, you know? I think this is like an old, like, African, like, proverb or some shit. The idea being that when an elderly person passes away, all the information that they've collected is lost in that moment. And of course, it doesn't just apply to elderly people, but it applies to just anybody, you know? Like, sometimes people pass away and they and unfortunately all their thoughts and feelings are lost completely. Nobody's gonna know how they feel about certain things or what they think about certain things. Is just gone completely, which is why it's important to express yourself in any way you can before our before our darkest days, before our, no, not darkest days, before our days on this big blue ball are up. That's a weird turn this commentary took. Let's move on.
Time and see what she has to say. When we return to her, she acknowledges how far we've gotten in our journey. But she'd also confirmed that the Queen is to blame for everything that's happening here, revealing to us that the Queen had formed a contract with the underworld. She'd tell us that maybe the Queen hadn't expected this to happen, or maybe she did. It really makes you wonder how she even knows this stuff.
We know now she's one of the 12 Magi. That was my little hints, right? That was my little foreshadowing for the reveal that she was a Magi that never came.
Anyway, we'll say our goodbyes and head back to the blocked path we encountered early in our adventure. Travel through, and we'll find ourselves in the Royal Panacotheca. We'll run into this cat lady. She might have been cursed by Lubella too, but she isn't hostile, at least not physically. I think this is what Cotillard meant when she said we wouldn't find kindness here.
It was clearly a joke, but again, my monotone voice makes it hard to catch that.
We can try to talk to her, and she'd immediately try to get Kaho to leave, questioning how she even got inside in the first place. Despite her aggression, she'll still take the time to introduce herself as Nutmeg Liz. Upon learning that Kaho has business with the queen, she'd allow her to enter further into the castle, although we never really needed her permission to begin with, if I'm being completely honest. Before we move on though, Nutmeg would leave us with one final warning, telling Kaho that she should be happy that she's still alive and breathing, but to not worry because her time is coming soon. Moving on, and wow, we look at how spiffy this place is. Here we can find lots of those eggs.
To be honest, there wasn't much to say about this place as well. I tried my best, but it's sort of empty. There's a few things here that I do cover, but it's very much like the Cinder Chambers. There's just not really much to talk about.
That I mentioned before. We can also find these statues of some sort of knights. This might be foreshadowing. We can find a secret room, and we can find some survivors inside. They've been hiding for months, and they've been trying to make the best of every moment because they're not sure when someone, or something, might come and finally get them. They'd insist that Kaho should stay with them since it's safer, but of course she has important things to do. In this next room, we can find several empty treasure chests and a music box. Activating the music box will play the Momodora title theme.
Yeah, Momodora 1's title theme is a lot different than that one. It's definitely 2's.
After that, there are quite a few branching paths we can run into. Some will open shortcuts, some will lead to items, one will lead to a laughing red skull, which is literally nothing. RDN said himself that he put this skull here just because he thought it was funny.
Yeah, see, look, he even says it there. He says that the skull he just added because he thought it would be funny. That's why you kind of have to be careful when you're trying to catch these like references, because I could have probably looked at this and been like, that must be a Red Skull reference from Marvel Rivals or some shit. I don't know. and like, but the reality is that he could just add shit to the game for funsies. That's it. That's really it. That's really it.
But one path leads to an item that holds much more significance than everything else in this game. We'll head through this area and up these ramps, clear this room, and we'll find an item called Sealed Wind. It's a wooden box that holds a strong force of wind. Nothing too special on its own, but if you remember, the windmill was asking for this item. We'll actually head back to that later. For now, let's just keep progressing. By the way, this painting here is super unique. This is the only one of its kind.
I still haven't found out who this is. It's still a mystery, this one. Yeah, it's definitely something because it's unique. It's a one of a kind in the game that doesn't appear anywhere else. It has to be something, right? I have no idea what it is though. Kind of reminds me of that picture of I think it's like the Yumi Nikki girl, but she's like throwing up. That one picture that got really popular back in the day. And like it got a bunch of variations where it's like different characters. That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the Yumi and Nikki picture where she's just throwing up. Yeah.
And I'm guessing it's a reference to something. I have no idea what it is though. I can't find it out. I can't find it. I don't know. I just don't know. So that's a mystery that will remain in Ardian's brain and the people who know the reference. And this other painting over here, initially you might think this might be a Bill Cipher reference, which I thought it was too. And it could very well be that, to be honest, but I think it might be a reference to the Triangle God, which is from Momodora 3.
I think this mystery was solved. Definitely not. I guess this isn't completely incorrect of what I was saying, but the thing is that I think this is more likely a reference to gun gods. Somebody helped me out on this when I uploaded this video. Somebody commented that this is probably just a reference to gun gods, or the character from Gun Gods is a triangle guy, and they look very similar. If you look up the cover arts to Gun Gods, if you look up the cover art to Gun Gods with a Z, because it's cool, He looks like the little carrot. He looks like the guy on the main menu. Young Venus is his name, I think, who is a triangle and a god. It might be a reference to that. That's my guess. It also might not be, but it also might be. It's also, I mean, again, like another piece of evidence to back it up is that I know the guy who made Gun Gods was also a user on the Tick Source forums. I don't know if him and RDN ever interacted. As far as I know, they didn't. So it could also just be RDN making references to indie games he likes. It could really be as simple as that. Or it could just be nothing. Okay? Sometimes it's just nothing. Sometimes it's just a laughing red skull. Okay? Don't need to think so hard about it.
Or rather, I think it's from Momodora 3. It's
Okay, well, let's not skip. I was gonna skip it, but let's not skip it.
There's an image that exists within its files where you could find an image of a little triangle guy with an eyeball, and his name's Triangle God, and
he's also a GIF, which makes me nervous. I don't trust GIFs that are just still images. I don't know. They scare me. Why are you gonna like show me a GIF and it be a still image? I don't trust that. Not even one bit. That's fucking spooky to me.
I don't know where he is in the game. If he is there, I'll probably find him when I do a deeper dive research into it. But I can't remember where he's at, if he is in the game anywhere, off the top of my head. But I do know there's like a hot springs you can find in Momodora 3 that, and you can see in the background there's like a statue of the Triangle God. So I think that's what it's a reference. I think that's what it's a reference to. I don't think it's a Bill Cipher thing, but it could be. It could be. Who knows? Also, in this room, this is pretty interesting. In this room, there's some code that's like scrawled into the wall, which is like a shortened version of the Konami code. If you input that into your controls, a little fairy will appear and help you out. It'll randomly shoot laser beams. It's all based on luck if it hits anything or not. Anyway.
Not the first time the Konami code was used in a Momodora game. It was also used in Momodora 1, I think. I don't think it was in 2 or 3 though.
Wait, let's move on and get to the boss of this area. This is Duchess Loupier. And look, she looks like those knight statues. I assume that was supposed to be depicting her since Loupier and the statues have those rabbit ear looking things. I guess you could argue that maybe all the knights had that, but Kath doesn't, and neither did that knight mini-boss. So I think it's safe to assume that that was supposed to be her. Obviously, she's associated with the Order of Knights to protect the Queen. Unlike Kath though, it doesn't seem like she has any interest in disobeying the Queen anytime soon. She also seems well aware of our run-in with partner Fennel some time ago. You'd think Loupier would consider Kaho an ally for disposing of someone I'd assume she'd consider a threat to the Queen, but that doesn't seem to be the case. She'd call for backup and the fight would suddenly become a 1v2 when the Royal Huntress Magnolia shows up to assist her. Loupier doesn't fight with a sword either. She's literally gonna try to beat up Kaho with her fist.
This is actually such a cool fight though. I'm pretty sure I explained it, but the fact that it's just like a fist fight and you can't use arrows is really cool to me. I don't think any arrows work. I think literally all your arrows are like completely she's completely immune to them. So it's really cool that you actually have to like approach her to fight. And of course, approaching her is exactly what she wants because that's where she does her most damage.
And you know what? If you're unlucky to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, some of her attacks are pretty lethal. And as you'd expect, she's very short range. She doesn't have much range to her attacks, but that's how you have to fight her. She's completely immune to arrows. There's nothing you can do about that. Your arrows are completely useless against her, so you have to sort of fight her by her own terms, you know? You have to get close to her, which I think is really cool. And on top of that, Magnolia is constantly shooting arrows down center stage, which makes the center of the stage kind of dangerous, you know? You don't really want to be there. It kind of forces you in the corner, which of course is where the boss is going to exceed the most at. Loupier is sort of like a fighting game character, you know? Like, the worst place you want to be at in a fighting game is the corner. And if she has you in the corner, that's very dangerous. You want to get out of there as quickly as possible. So it's up to you if you want to fight her while in the corner.
So true, commentator.
corner, or if you want to deal with needing to dodge Magnolia's arrows at the same time. Upon defeat,
This is so awesome. I love, okay, here's a thing that people don't appreciate enough when it comes to Souls games, okay? I don't know much about Souls games, okay? I don't know much, but I've seen people play them a lot. I've seen people play lots of Dark Souls, lots of Dark Souls 2, lots of Dark Souls 3, lots of Bloodborne. I've played Bloodborne, though. I have played Bloodborne, but I've seen people play Demon Souls, okay? One thing I don't think enough people appreciate is storytelling with the characters. Storytelling with the NPCs. Telling a story via unconventional means, okay? And one of those means that you saw often in Demon Souls was using a weak boss to tell a story. There was so many times when you'd encounter, not so many times, I can recall like 2 times, I think, in Demon Souls. And I think even Dark Souls 1 did this sort of, with like the I think his name's Sif, the wolf boss. When you fought Sif, usually bosses get stronger, right? That's always how it goes. Bosses get stronger. They got phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Each phase gets progressively more difficult, but that's not how Sif worked. When you fought Sif, he got weaker because, well, you're fighting a giant dog. You did lots of damage. You keep hurting it. It's not gonna get stronger. Nobody fucking, in real life, when somebody's fucking stabbing you, maybe for a second you get that adrenaline hits, but you know, the longer you get, the longer you're in that stabbing fight, and the harder it's gonna get to win that fight. I'd assume. And like, something similar was done in Demon Souls, but to, I think, a greater extent, where they had, or maybe it was Dark Souls 1, I can't remember, but there were some bosses in either Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1 where the bosses were extremely weak. They were there to tell a story, you know? I think there was one that was like a slug boss. I'm pretty sure the slug boss was there to, again, to provide more to bring more realness to the story. That was always a thing that I thought people liked the most when it came to the Demon Souls series. I thought people liked the fact that it wanted to be like a world that was realistic. You were just a knight. You were just a knight fighting these abominations, okay? And that's why they were strong. They weren't strong and powerful for the sake of being a hard boss fight. They were strong and powerful because that just made sense for the world. That made sense why a knight would lose so often, so much, to a big, powerful abomination. Because that just, why would you expect this human knight, small little guy, to beat this giant pile of flesh with like blades coming out of its butt? You know, it's like, of course not. Of course he's not gonna beat it. But that's because that's because that was the world that was created, and the knights just participating in it. Now it feels like it's different with Souls games these days. Now it feels like a boss fight is hard because it needs to be hard, and you know, people like having these hard boss fights because it's content. But that was what was so cool about the earlier Souls games, because they would use bosses and they wouldn't always be these huge abominations that would kill you in one hit. Sometimes they were really weak, you know, slugs, you know? But that was to serve the story. That was to serve the world, to make the world feel more believable, because that was the initial, you know, idea behind the Souls series. That was the original reasoning why the bosses were hard. Not because they just needed to be hard, it was because that was just the world. But sometimes, yeah, the boss was a weak slug, or sometimes the boss just killed themselves. Like, that's how it worked. And I think this game kind of does that too. We beat the main boss, Lupir. We just beat her, and now we have Magnolia we're fighting. Magnolia fights with a bow and arrow, but she has to come here and try to, you know, win against Kaho, because Lupir is dead. But Magnolia's not, you know, she's not a fighter. Well, at least not with a sword or anything like that. So, and she has no armor. She's really weak. It's an easy fight to win. Really easy to win. I just love this storytelling with the enemies, the bosses. It's the unconventional style of storytelling, which I really appreciate. I love this part of the game.
beating Lupir, Magnolia will make a desperate attempt to kill Kaho with a knife, but she's easy to dodge and goes down quickly. She's obviously much more experienced with the bow, and the lack of armor makes this second phase a non-issue for Kaho. After beating Magnolia, she'd kneel down and allow us the chance to speak with her. She'd tell Kaho that she's just like partner Fennel, that she stands against the queen blinded by faith. She'd end the confrontation by telling Kaho that the queen would never hurt them, before she disappears. One interesting thing to note here before we move on is if you leave the room and come back, in place where Magnolia died is gonna be eggs instead. This is sort of like an in-game demonstration of what happens and what's been happening with this curse. When these people die, they get turned into these eggs, and of course the bird spirits hatch from them, and they of course become something else at some points. We now enter our final location in the game, Karst Castle. You can tell we're getting close to the source of the curse because the entire area is covered in this pink mist that we've often seen infused with the spirits we've been fighting. The bridge to access the castle is lifted, so we can't get in that way, but we can find a tunnel that will get us in another way. Once we reach the inside of the castle, Kaho can find this cat with wings. My guess is that this cat was locked in that cage that we saw near the Frida boss fight.
I wonder if this was obviously another victim of Lubella's curse, but why do they also have wings? Could they have been like a harpy or something, or maybe they were like a harpy? I don't know. Again, another thing just to speculate on.
We can talk to him, and he seems very knowledgeable about our mission. He knows Kaho is a sacrificial maiden from Lun, but doubts if such a ritual will even be enough to save them from this curse. And the funny thing is that he is actually right. By this point, I think we can head back to that windmill. Another reason I wanted to wait is because by this point, you can collect all the ivory bugs in the game, and you can return to the bunny florist to trade them in for an item called the Hazel Badge. Its description just says that it's a useless trinket, but can still hold a place in our hearts. This shiny little badge in particular seems to depict an owl. We can actually take the Hazel Badge back to Eri, and she'd offered to trade us an item for it. She'd give Kaho a blessed charm, and tell her to have faith, that things will get better soon. Although Eri never mentions it, it turns out that Eri is actually the Princess of Karst. The only way you'd find this out is from the description of the blessed charm. The description of it would tell us that it's a protective tool given to infants of the Karstian royal bloodline. The fact that she has it would imply that she's related to the queen, and since the queen has gone mad, it would make sense why Eri would probably be thrown into the underground prison. Now we can head back to the windmill.
We never really learned more about Eri after that. After that, Eri's sort of just gone. I think RDN did comment on what happened to Eri, and I think his only response was that whatever Eri's fate is up to you, and sort of up to us to kind of speculate on what that is. We never really learned what happened to her.
We can activate the windmill by using the sealed wind. It'll open up this little path that'll lead to a small well of water, or rather, a well of sacred hibisco tea. A tea that when used to bathe the priestess's maple leaf, can amplify its repelling effects. We'll do just that, and it'll turn it into a fresh spring leaf. A weapon now capable of purifying the source of the curse. It'll also make it do more damage. Every attack it does is now increased by 1 point of damage, which is pretty significant. More importantly though, the saving icon has changed. Instead of the usual red maple leaf, now it's the green spring leaf. Anyway, now we can go through the...
Oh, I didn't even mention the hibisco tea. Why is it... Okay, so why is the hibisco tea even there? Well, from what I understand, that Lun Tree is the only thing capable of advancing a maple leaf into the fresh spring leaf. You need the tea that's produced by the tree. That's what you need. Why is the tea here? My guess is that Lun Village and Karst Kingdom traded. Okay, I think they traded stuff probably, and that's how Karst Kingdom has some of the tea. I'm not sure if the tea. I don't think the tea has any other properties besides making its leaves more powerful. I think outside of that, it's just normal tea. That's my guess as to why it's there.
The castle, and we'll eventually meet up again with our friend Kath. except this time it's not on very good terms. We'd see that Kath is in critical condition, and while sitting in a pool of her own blood, would simply ask Kaho to end her suffering. Choosing to do so will cause the screen to go dark. When it comes back, we'll see that Kath is gone, Kaho is praying, and in place of Kath is a Passiflora. A Passiflora is a healing item that completely restores her health with a single use. It's the best healing item in the game. Some people might wonder why Kath didn't use it for herself. Well, maybe Kath was saving it for Kaho.
Aw, it's so cute. Aw, aw, so cute. Okay.
Another unfortunate story when you take a step back and remember what Kath went through. The kingdom fell into chaos, her sister died as a result, and now, not even by the hands of the queen, has had her mission stopped in its tracks. She didn't even get a chance to try to avenge her sister. Is anyone going to remember her besides Kaho? Probably not. And let's not forget about Kaho as well. By this point, she's lost many people from her village, her allies have all been killed, and this new friend she's made in Karst has been taken away from her in just a short amount of time. She'd continue forward, and we'd get a hint of what's to come by this unique sprite of a coffin. The Red Witch is also unique, but it's completely unrelated. It's just a reference to Black Phantoms in Dark Souls. Took me a while to figure that one out. Since day one, I've always been wondering why that one witch in this whole game was glowing red. I don't know why that was the case, but I did find out eventually. We'd get another hint in the form of these cute little flying bats flying away. I think they're called Lawa, but they're basically bats. So we walk over this bridge, which is another Chrono Cross reference, until we reach the end of it, where we meet the next mini-boss. She's a vampire that many people didn't know was a vampire, including myself. I thought she was an angel. When you take a look at her concept art, it's a lot more obvious that she was meant to be a vampire.
Yeah, I think she even has a name too, but I completely forget what her name is. I think if you dug into the sprite arts for Momodora 4, I think her sprite files actually do give her a name, but again, she's not too important, so they never mention her name in the game. You know, it's whatever.
Her wings especially make that obvious. I think the confusion mostly comes from the conventional idea of what a vampire looks like. Usually vampires aren't these bright colors, you know?
I've always appreciated this. I feel like I've mentioned this before in my Momodora 5 video, I think, maybe. I really like when designs sort of venture out of what comes to mind when people say vampire. Like in this case, especially, like when you think vampire, you think of dark cloaks. You think of sexy dudes. At least I do. And you think of like, I don't know, fucking Castlevania. I guess I don't know. You never. This isn't what comes to mind when you think of vampire. I mean, unless you're an avid like anime watcher. In which case, this is probably exactly what comes to mind. So I guess this is okay.
But what I think is interesting though is that kind of tells you a little bit about about the world of Momodora, where vampires don't necessarily look like, you know, what we'd conventionally think a vampire is or what they may look like. Usually you have this image of a dark cloaked figure, but in this world they could be in these white gowns with these blue wings, which I think is pretty cool. And I think the Lawa, the bats that we just saw flying away, also show that to be the case, because when you saw them, they were white. They were like white bats. Anyway, this is a pretty easy boss fight, and honestly, I always feel bad when I win this boss fight, because when she dies, she makes this little sound, and it makes me feel bad.
Aww.
Anyway, we'll soon reach the final bell in the
Here we go at the end. We're almost done.
game. There's very little I've
Almost done with a shitty video.
left behind. There is an imp you could go back to.
Oh yeah, man, I really left nothing unturned. I really covered everything, even the imp. This irrelevant imp that just shows up for a second, and you could give her a fucking mushroom, and she gives you a shitty mushroom in return.
And trade in a mushroom for a rotten bellflower, which
Oh no, she gives you a bad bellflower. My bad. Whoops.
does nothing but poison you, which is a useful item when combined with another item that heals you when you get poisoned. But there's not much else. But I do want to show you that.
Look how cute she is, though. Look how cute she is.
Because it's pretty cute when you give her the mushroom, and she like is all happy and little hearts.
It's so adorable. Again, look at the sprites. Look at the pixels. I know I brought this up already once, but like, look how All the pixels adhere to the grid. The grid god. The gritty god. How many times can I make that joke?
It's really cute. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. And now we can finally have our official introduction to the Queen of Karst. The first thing Kaho would see upon entering her room would be a glass container holding what looks like to be a shell fruits. What's a shell fruits? Well, one day, hundreds of these fruits fell from the sky. They're delicious and also extremely powerful.
We also now know, since this is this is post videos that I've released, this is the post Momodora 5 video world. It was Luna's blood. Oh boy, how delicious.
Sort of like the Chaos Emeralds, I guess, you know?
They are like the Chaos Emeralds. They basically are. They're just like these all-powerful things, and unfortunately the stories never use them.
Except there's a lot more of them, and they can essentially do anything. Like, I think these are just, if you have this, it's just like OP. Like, you can't win against this thing. But of course, we have plot armor. Before Kaho could do any.
Oh yeah, the one thing that could beat the one thing that could beat a shell fruits is the power of plot armor.
Anything though, we'd see it disappear, and the queen would make her official appearance. Her humanoid shape being the only thing left that's making her recognizable as something that was human at one point. Her skin is an extremely dark shade of violet, and her eyes glowing a bright magenta, her form constantly blurring and fading. Normally, a fight like this would be impossible to win with the tools Kaho has with her, especially when the queen is using the power of a shell fruit. What she does have though is the fresh spring leaf.
The music in this fight is amazing. I love the music in this fight. It's great.
Which very much might be her only chance to winning this fight. I think this is an awesome fight too. I'm a big fan of this fight. It's fun, it feels urgent, and it's cool to have this, you know, fight with a being that's using a shell fruit. The shell fruit doesn't mean much to most people, I'm sure, but to me personally, I love that they're using it, that they're using the shell fruit. The shell fruits have always been in the Momodora games, but they've never been a massive like plot points. So it's really cool to see them using it for this fight.
I agree, commentator. I mean, YouTuber.
After you beat her in her first and second phase, the fight actually wouldn't be over. A third phase would begin, the ground would begin to tremble and shake.
This is one of the coolest parts, man. I know it's a small thing, but the fact that this boss has no name, oh my gosh, I fucking come every single time.
As a massive spirit would flash into existence, and it towers over Kaho several times her size. And what I think is amazing about this fight is that when you look at the name, there is no name.
You can even hear me getting excited just describing this. It's such a cool detail. It's so small, but it's such a cool detail. What is this thing? And we don't know. It has no name. We don't know what this is. It's something, but we don't know. And I love that.
This thing doesn't have a name. I think it's separate from the Queen of Karst, because the Queen of Karst had a name, but this monster doesn't. I theorize this is the thing that was possessing her, or perhaps this is the spirit that she made that deal with. And looking at this from Kaho's perspective, I can only imagine what she could be going through, because this spirit has a similar form to that of Hagok, the monster that was responsible for the many casualties of Lund Village, and the death of Kaho's companions.
Oh my gosh. I love this game so much. I love this game so much. I'm kind of just gushing over it right now. I really like this game.
Do you think that this would be a dark reminder of what's to come from this fight if she doesn't win, the consequences of failing her mission? Kaho would of course triumph over the spirits, and the monster would begin to die in a flurry of explosions, being fended off long enough to leave the Queen of Karst in a weakened state. Kaho would draw the curse out of the queen's body and absorb it into herself, finally stopping the spread of the curse. But as a result, the priestess would begin to fade away in the process. The queen is saved, and the curse is no more. The fallout of the curse destroyed the lives of many, but now thanks to Kaho's sacrifice, they'd be given a chance to rebuild anew. With time, the wounds would heal, and the story of the brave priestess who made the ultimate sacrifice would be told for centuries to come. Passed on as tradition and inspiring generations of young priestesses towards finding peace. The village of Lund would never forget about her, and would eventually be renamed to Koho Village, in honor of what Kaho had done for them. As the years passed, the 4 priestesses, Melori, Luna, Chiimi, and of course Kaho, would be deified and worshipped, treated as goddesses, and thus would end the story of Momodora, Reverie Under the Moonlight. Anyway, that's it. That's the end of the whole story, for Momodora 4 at least. Of course, the next video is going to be about Momodora 1. I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but this is going to be like a video series. This is just part 1 of a 5-part series. I'm going to be covering every game. At the moment, it's a 5-part series. It's possible it might be 4 parts, but at the moment, it's a 5-part series. Where I'm going to be covering every game and giving space to every game to have its own video. That's the plan moving forward at the moment. But yeah, I hope this was enjoyable. I hope it was fun. I hope I was accurate. Dear God, I was accurate. Dear God, I hope I did not mess up any information. That was my biggest fear.
Bro,
anyway,
calm down.
That's going to be
Jesus
it for this
Christ.
video. I'll let the credits play out, and that'll be it. You guys take out. You guys peace out and take care.
Look, special thanks. Dan Kim, he's right there. Dan Kim. Is JW in here? Oh, Katet's. There's Katet as well. Thurns? Oh, no JW, eh? Oh, that's unfortunate. JW was thanked, though, at the end of Momodora 5. Wonder why he wasn't thanked here, though. I guess they hated him. He hated him! That must be the only explanation. So yeah, I guess that's it. Oh my gosh. My least favorite of all my Momodora videos, I think. Still enjoy it for what it is, but it has lots of bloat. I think I could have cut out a lot of the bloats. Again, I went into it with the mindset that I wanted to cover literally everything, but that wasn't a good idea. And I dropped that immediately in the next video. I think everything that comes after this is much better. But I enjoy this for what it is. I mean, it's the first one. You see improvements. And I'm really excited to talk about my Momodora 1 video because Momodora 1 is my favorite Momodora game. It is absolutely my favorite, the best one. And that's it. That's the commentary. Oh, what's this? Oh, what good advice, Kath. That's some good advice. I'd recommend everybody take that advice. I forgot I put that at the end. You can edit the dialogue, yeah. You can edit everybody's dialogue. So you could do some trash talking via Kath if you want. It's funny. There's one thing that this isn't even related to it anymore to this video, but there was I don't know if it's uploaded anywhere else, but I can only find it on the Wayback Machine. But there's a video on the Wayback Machine where it was Thurns playing Momodora 2, but Thurns changed all the dialogue in Momodora 2. They made it like very silly. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'd love to archive that somewhere, but I also feel kind of weird about uploading somebody else's stuff, I guess. But I want to do it for archival purposes. But I probably shouldn't. So it's gonna live on my hard drive forever. But yeah. That's it. That's it for the commentary for Momodora 4. That was Momodora 4. I plan to do a commentary for Momodora 1 next, which is gonna be a lot shorter. I think that video is like 40 minutes, I think. And I think Momodora 2's video is even shorter, I think. But that'll be for next time. And yeah, that's all. Thanks for hanging out. If you watch this commentary in the future or in present time, whatever. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bada bing, bada boom. Blah, blah, blah.